Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Moyo and peace and blessings to everyone who has joined the Mbongi this Saturday, June the 17th, 2023. It is Juneteenth weekend, so I do appreciate each and every one of you for joining us. And I know y'all got some activities to go to in a little while here in the United States. But today's discussion is titled Kevin Hart, Racist Egyptians, and Reclaiming African Heritage. We're going to be reviewing the evidence for the African character of ancient Egypt in response to the events surrounding Kevin Hart's statements. So all that and more when we return in just a moment. Peace and blessings again. Thank you all for joining. And let me adjust something here. Is this too, I don't know if this is bright enough. Hopefully it is. We'll see. Hopefully y'all can see me. It seems kind of dark on my screen. But again, welcome. This is the Mbongi. And we are going to really kind of get into it today. But before I do, just want to acknowledge everyone who has made themselves known on the YouTube chat. So peace and blessings to King J7 and Sister Maika. One is in the building. Leo Wright, our good brother Jaded M. Unk Hekara, Brother Robert Rand, Brother Musoni, OG Gorilla P. Kanman Silverback, long name, but welcome to the program. Learn Together with Obam, and Simply I'm Listening is in the place, as well as Sister Teak Wellbeing. Thank you all for joining the conversation today. So let me just, first, let me start off with a couple of announcements. So as you should know, the text, Race and Identity in Ancient Egypt, Volume 1, Towards a Meaning for the Place Name Kemet, is currently on pre-sale, which you can get on my website, which is www.asarimhotep.com. I don't even think you really need the www anymore. But just for old school's sake, www.asarimhotep.com. Again, the book is on pre-sale. It will be released on August the 22nd of 2023. So that's basically in 2 months. And we have some upcoming interviews I want to make known. And so on next Wednesday at 6:30 p.m., that's going to be Wednesday, June the 21st, we're going to have an interview with Sister LaDosha Wright, who we've had on the program before, who's a hairstylist, and as well as a documentarian, film documentarian, as well as her partner in crime, Cheryl Moreau. And together they will be putting on in Cleveland, Ohio, the Afro Hair Summit, change the narrative. And they're going to be talking about that event. They're going to be talking about the documentary film in which they did, as well as this current political fight in regards to decentralizing the Black hair care industry. And so they're going to give us some good insight on that. So that's going to be on next Wednesday, which is going to be June the 21st at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here in the United States. And then we're going to have our good brother Sekou Kela, and we're going to be talking about towards an African Renaissance in the 21st century. And that's going to be, I believe, on Sunday, the 25th, is going to be our conversation. And I believe it's going to be at like 2:30. I'll definitely have the flyer out. So y'all will know exactly when it is going down. And so the 25th is going to be that Sunday at 2:00 p.m. Eastern Time. And so I've had him on the program before, but just as a panelist on an open forum. So this is just going to be his full first interview, on the channel. So be on the lookout for that commentary regarding uh, when he's going to be here and the details of that show. So want to say peace to Yama Yama, if I'm saying that correctly, and Kiswahili Worldwide. Mambo to you as well. And I saw something here and it says, we have a bad storm over here, so I might be going in and out with the internet. And hope you are staying safe, Sister Mika. But I appreciate you tuning in, even with limited bandwidth in this mug. And our good brother Ifa Tunde Fayimi is in the building. Peace and blessings to you, good brother. So, without further ado, I am going to get started on our lesson today. So let me just add that. And I think I'm going to do something a little different. They gave us some options, so I'm going to do that. Hopefully y'all can, if it gets tiresome, I'll just switch it back to just a full screen of activities. So let me go to the current slide. So I have another computer up, but I won't be able to really kind of see the comments in any great detail. So, if you have any questions or whatnot, regardless, put it in the chat and I'll try to answer them as I go. So, for many of you, y'all may know that recently I was in Cleveland, Ohio. Shout out to Brother Antonio, and shout out to our good brother Kevin, MC Chill Hurd, and Sister LaDosha Wright, and our good brother Sean P. Any Harrod, who actually flew in from Tennessee just to see your boy. So I do appreciate him. And this was the title of my conversation when I went there last weekend or so, which is the title, The Importance of Ancient Kemet to the Cultural Unity of Africa, Why Kevin Hart is Right. And it is important because there's a lot of dialogue on the net regarding his alleged statements, and I want to put them in context and then show why we do what we do and why it's particularly important. So, before starting off any, conversation, I always want to pour digital libations, for the ancestors who have, paved the way for many of us scholars in this field. And to the left is Martin Delaney, who was a general in the 1800s, not a general, but he was an army officer in the 1800s, as well as a physician, as well as a publisher in terms of a newspaper. And he is one of the first African Americans, if not the first, really to engage in ancient Egyptian studies to the point of actually writing about and deciphering hieroglyphs. So he is who I named, my after the Martin Delaney Center for Egyptology. And, we should all be familiar with the great Dr. Shekinah Job. And then we have Dr. Jacob Carruthers um, out of Texas. And we have Dr. Alan Anselin, who recently passed within, I want to believe, within the past 2 years or so. And, he is a scholar of Egyptology and linguistics. And, a lot of his work is in French. So is Shekinah Job's, of course. And, he did a lot of work on, the cultural unity in terms of vocabulary and language and alike, and certain aspects of culture. He liked to deal with the Fulani a lot. And out of everyone, of course, on this list, the only one that I've been able to engage with was Dr. Anselin. Jacob Carruthers was a little bit before my time. Well, he was alive when I was alive, of course, but he lived in a different state, and by the time I got into Egyptology, he had already passed. So just want to acknowledge those elders. And for many who may not know me, of course, I am a computer scientist. But of course, throughout these almost 30 years, I've been engaged critically in the study of Africology and Egyptology. And given my talents and interests, I formulated a title called the Ancestral Memory Recovery Specialist. So you can say immerse for short, and you'll understand why that is today. And so I want to start off with the general conclusions, just in case we kind of run out of time. I don't want to be too long, uh, given that this is Saturday, but it's in the middle of the day. I just want to make sure that our people around the world can catch us live in this conversation overseas as well. So there's an individual scholar by the name of, or I think he passed, John W. Vandercook, and he wrote a book called Tom Tom. And I got wind of this from the late Dr. John Henry Clark, and he says, "Race is like a man. Until it uses its own talents, takes pride in its own history, and loves its own memories, it can never fulfill itself." Part of the larger project, of course, is to get African people to, love and respect their individual histories as well as their collective histories, in hopes that the lay person can see the kinds of connections and to create those kind of networks and markets and systems to where uh, you know viable economic structures uh, are the result of those interactions. And this is something that Shekinah Job really kind of emphasized, and in an interview that was recorded and transcribed in 1986 when he came, excuse me, I think it was 85 when he came here to the United States. He transitioned a year later. Uh, he said, "We must reconstruct a new Afro-American cultural personality within the framework of our respective nations. Our history from the beginning of mankind, rediscovered and relived as such, will be the foundation of this new personality." Now, he's not saying an African-American personality. He's saying a collective Afro, and we can say Afro-American and African personality. Um, built upon the foundations of, right and proper historical knowledge and cultures, and so that we can create something anew that will, help us to kind of solve the problems that, many of our respective nations face. So, this is why the cultural unity of Africa, actually one of the titles of his books, is such a pertinent issue to deal with, even in 2023. And, we'll see why, we're under attack for, studying our own history. And of course, when it comes to the economics of things, the late ancestor Amos Wilson noted in his Blueprint for Black Power that as a political economy, identity is an organization of interests, tastes, desires, passions, ideals, motives, values, knowledges, abilities, skills, etc. The pursuit, satisfaction, exercises, and realization of which helps to maintain the social power relations, social prerogatives, and the integrity of the social and political economic systems which characterize a particular culture and its status quo. Thus, in both the commercial and non-commercial sense, no cultural group trades on its identity. So if we, accept the challenge and the goal that Diop had set for us, in terms of creating this collective Afro-American cultural personality, aka identity, then you trade on the identity. That becomes the basis of your economics, because culture is the foundation of economics. And so I hope that is clear, and we'll see, kind of how important that is a little later. So now, let me see. I'm getting these texts, man. So if you're not familiar with the situation that happened recently, Kevin Hart, who's a famous comedian, you know, born and raised in Philadelphia, PA, and he does international shows, and he had scheduled to do a show in Egypt this year. However, his show was canceled after Kevin Hart allegedly made a comment talking about Black Egyptians, right? So this is the alleged comment. And I have to say alleged because when trying to trace where and when he made this comment, it is very difficult, and no one has been able to pinpoint him allegedly saying this. And this is very important because as we will get into, a similar situation happened to us in regards to the Hoppy conference that we were going to have just last year around this time. And so what happens is that you have these Egyptian nationals who create these profiles online. Of course, it's not their real faces, it's not their real names, and they charge allegations upon people and to start like political uproars for some kind of political gain. And so it would not be surprising if one of these what I call the the Arab Russian bots, right? And if you're familiar with the Trump election, and he would when someone would make an accusation against Trump, he would say it was these Russian bots, these kind of automated softwares that is just programmed to put false information in the air to kind of cause political catastrophic disharmonies within the social structure in terms, especially during the voting. And so, it's possible, of course, that Kevin Hart actually said this, and it's also possible that he did not say it, and somebody put the comment together just to get um his show canceled. So this is the comment alleged that he said. So he said, "We must teach our children the true history of Black Africans when they were kings in ancient Egypt." And that looks like it is blocking. So what I'm going to do is just go full screen with, there we go, so that y'all can read the screen correctly. So let me start over. So we must teach our children a true history of Black Africans when they were kings in Egypt, and not just the era of slavery that is cemented by education in America. Do you remember the time when we were kings? Right? So the modern Egyptians are upset that he would equate the ancient Egyptian pharaohs, the kings, with Black African people, which in of itself, for those of us, of course, who know about history and culture, and at minimum, if you have a surface level knowledge of Egyptology, at minimum, about the 25th Kushite dynasty, which were a so-called Nubian group who reigned during that era. So, even if you didn't believe that all the ancient Egyptian pharaohs were Black Africans, you would have to concede at minimum the 25th dynasty. It would mean that, you know, Kevin Hart's statement would be legit regardless of how you feel. And so, you got to understand that these, anonymous Arabized Russian bots are not very astute when it comes to history. And you're going to find them trolling online. So as soon as you have a conversation about ancient Kemet, ancient Egypt, within its African context, you're almost guaranteed to have a flood of these racist, Egyptians who have no knowledge of ancient Egyptian history, trying to uh, harass and put out false narratives, and of course purposely misinterpret exactly what you say. So the image that I'm showing now is, a kind of a collage from a comic book called Black Sands. Now, again, we can't, accurately, the way that we scholars would do in terms of tracing that one particular quote to Kevin Hart. However, one thing we can say is that, he is a supporter and an investor in this particular comic. So as you can see, the culture, the comic is based on ancient Egyptian themes, and it has African personalities in as the main characters. So, it's been doing pretty well in terms of sales and popularity, which is steadily growing. And so you can see Kevin Hart here on the show Shark Tank when they came on the Shark Tank. So I don't know if y'all can see my arrow, but if you can, in the center here is the creator of the Black Sands comic. And I believe these two are like illustrators. So you can see some of the characters on their t-shirts right there. You can see Kevin Hart smiling his little heart out. No pun intended. At the site of this. So this sparks some investment, and they have some anime shorts. You can watch them online. I've been trying to reach out to them to see if I can get an interview on the Mbongi, but we'll see in the near future. So this could possibly be the catalyst for the upset in Egypt, right? Now, most of y'all should know, if you are a follower of this channel, that last year, the creators of the Hoppy documentary film, Brother Taki Grant, who's been doing tours in Egypt for like 20 years, decided on last year in 2022 in February to do a big tour and to have a conference, to have the tour in a conference in Aswan titled One Africa, Returning to the Source Conference. And this is a flyer that you see, at the top. And it is a screenshot from a video from one of the, news outlets who were outraged at the conference. And so there was a big propaganda campaign in Egypt to stop this conference. Now, headliners of the conference were individuals like Anthony T. Browder, Dr. Solange Ashby, Professor James Small, Dr. Leonard Jeffrey, Dr. Rosalind Jeffrey, Dr. Wade Nobles and his wife, Dr. Nobles, I forgot her first name, I do apologize, Brother Mfadishi, right? Dr. Ndebello, Brother, how did I forget his name that fast? Jabari, Brother Jabari Osaze, and Dr. Theophilo Benga, as well as myself, right? So this was not going to be a small, a lightweight event, right? And so, basically a week, maybe a week and a half before before we were to take off to go to Egypt, these Egyptians started putting out a bunch of false information about what the conference is, allegedly what everybody has said. And, some of the members were allegedly getting, I don't know if they were necessarily death threats, but definitely threats of violence against their person. And Anthony Browder, he's doing a dig in Egypt, dealing with the 25th dynasty and a king by the name of Karakamoon, which he's been doing for like the past 10 years or so, right? And so they were threatening to stop his excavation, right? If the event was not canceled. And so the event ultimately ended up being canceled for Egypt. It was postponed until May, a few months later, but the conference was held in Detroit, Michigan. And however, the trip, still went on, but that was, for May. At the end of May, I think, going into June, that end of that weekend, the last weekend in May, going into the first week in June. So it was a big thing. And as I stated, you know, it was a big uproar. And so, like, this individual, I forgot again, I forgot who this person, what his name is, but this person here is another one, and he's kind of like the Sean Hannity of, Egypt in terms of politics and the like. And so his name is Nashat LD Dehi. And on his program, again, you can see, he's in the studio and the flyer for the conference, and they're talking about it, right? And um, so, when you go into the comment section, this is a screenshot from around that time in the comment section. So, of course, it's written in Arabic script. I don't read Arabic script. I don't read Arabic. I don't know the Arabic language, and I don't read the Arabic script. So, however, you can copy and paste and put them into Google Translate. So, all of what you see here essentially is just racist commentary, in threads. And so one of them kind of stood out here. And so I translated it. So you had the script at the top, and this is by somebody who goes by the name of Medhat. And there's the transliteration in the center, and then the English translation on the bottom. So he said, I would like a report sent to the Attorney General so that we can be assured of the effectiveness of this conference, because this organization, talking about Hapi, represents a threat to Egyptian identity in North Africa as a whole. So what y'all have to understand is that every time African-centered scholars start rightfully and scientifically engage in the study of the Nile and Nile Valley and ancient Egyptian history, the newcomers to Egypt, relatively speaking, the children of the result of the migrations of people from the Levant and invasions of, late Libya and Greece and Turkey and Arabia and Assyria, etc. Those and Rome, can't forget Rome and England, right? The children of those interactions, those historical interactions throughout its history, not knowing about ancient Egyptian history, they, see, because they have been, because it's a Muslim country now. So, when we say Egypt, the full name is the Arab Republic of Egypt, right? And it lets you know the context for which, the country stands. It's a military state, and, Islam is anti-Black, anti-African itself. And so, of course, when you have a country named the Arab Republic of Egypt, which is a Muslim country, they just have a natural disdain for African people. And of course, this is reflected here. So now, because they're trying to lay claim to the culture and the legacy of ancient Egypt, this is why this commentary is important. He says, this organization represents a threat to Egyptian identity and North Africa as a whole, right? And there was a reply to that comment that said there must be alliance and coordination between Egypt and North Africa to deter the bastards, right? So you can see that they, and this is the mild stuff. And if I just had a program focused on those comments, it would be what it would be. But just to give you an understanding. So, it continues again. So now you understand it within the context of Kevin Hart's situation, how it expressed itself when it came to Hapi and our conference and situation. And now in the latest of the racism in Egypt is there's a museum, a Dutch museum, that has an archaeology team that has been banned from Saqqara due to the museum's Afrocentric exhibition. Now, what's silly about this is that the exhibit is titled Kemet, Egypt in Hip Hop, Jazz, Soul, and Funk, right? The the museum is just highlighting basically black music that has associated with itself in one form or another with ancient Egypt or has some ancient Egyptian themes. So it's not about making a claim, for example, that the ancient Egyptians are black. They're just showing how Egypt finds itself in uh, in hip hop music, jazz music, soul, and funk, right? So, if you're familiar with the jazz artist Sun Ra, for example, his was heavily influenced by Egypt. Um, Earth, Wind, and Fire, right? And so, because there's an association, of course, with black people because there's such a disdain for black people in Egypt. This has called they did the same thing they did to Kevin Hart and they did to us. And now, what was a threat to Anthony Browder and his excavations, they actually went forward and canceled their digs, right? And so, an example of this is if you look at Nas's, the rapper Nas out of Queens, his I Am album, I forgot what year that came out. They juxtapose, his face upon the King Tut mask, which you see on the right hand side, right? And so the exhibit, they made, I think, a large scale replica of this, of course, in the face of Nas. Again, it's a music, dealing with themes. You can buy books and on Amazon, for example, about ancient Egyptian themes in Hollywood, ancient Egyptian themes in whatever. But because now it's being done in the context of black music, of course, these racists, anonymous Arab Russian bots are in their feelings and in an uproar. And so now I don't want y'all to simply believe that it is just the pale skinned, Arabs and the mulatto offspring in Egypt that has a problem with Afrocentricity and their focus on Egypt and the like. And I made a commentary about this some time ago, but this seems appropriate here because there's a commonality here. Like once you have Islam in the mix, then suddenly they're anti-Africa and anti-Afrocentricity, right? So many of you may be familiar or may not be familiar with Dr. Wesley Muhammad. Now, he and I have had some critical engagement regarding, academic, scholastic claims and the like over the years. So I'm very familiar with him. And so in 2017, he was on the popular morning show called The Breakfast Club. And in The Breakfast Club interview, and I transcribed it. So the AY on the screen stands for Angela Yee, right? And WM is for Wesley Muhammad. So Angela Yee says, some kids say today that they don't need college because there are people that are successful that never pursued higher education. Then Wesley Muhammad responds back and says, and that's true. Everybody doesn't need college. And the fact of the matter is, most of us in college are pursuing BS degrees, BS as in bull degrees, because we're pursuing fields that aren't practical. And then DJ Envy, comes back and asks, well, talk about it. What are some of those degrees that some of them are pushing towards that you feel are BS? And then Wesley Muhammad replies, well, folks will get mad at me. And then DJ Envy says, let them get mad, right? So Wesley Muhammad says, but 4 years, $80,000 for an African history degree, that's not practical. We can get African history. We can get knowledge of self without incurring the debt. Now, DJ Envy says something undecipherable I couldn't hear, and then says something about $80,000. And Wesley Muhammad comes back and says, without incurring the debt that college education imposes on us, and when we get that degree, it has very little practicality. That's not a nation building skill. But a lot of us are running to get an African history degree. And I am not disrespecting those who are experts who have their degrees in Africana studies, but I would not, as conscious as I like to think I am, and as pro-Black as I am, I would not recommend or even allow my children to pursue an African studies or Black studies degree in college, right? So, again, I had a whole show responding to this commentary, and to show him that he knows nothing about Africana studies, because he never took Africana studies. He was a theologian when he went to university. He did theological studies, and so he doesn't know the goals and the mission of Africana studies and what they've been involved in. But regardless, if you have a nation, you're going to have some kind of education system. And then you're going to have professionals to teach in those education systems. So who's going to be the professionals in your nation that are going to teach Africana studies if you don't have people going to college to pursue degrees in Africana studies? It's stupid, the commentary, right? But it's not surprising when you understand the next slide. So a few years earlier in 2011, Wesley Muhammad, in his he was a keynote speaker at the Savior's Day, the annual Savior's Day that the Nation of Islam has. And in that commentary on Savior's Day, and there's the link. It should, I don't know if it's still up, but that's the link. And at 6 minutes and 14 seconds, he says the following commentary. He says, our children are being kidnapped by ideologies other than Islam. So he's not talking about Black children. He's specifically talking about the Nation of Islam, right? And Islam. He says, our children are being kidnapped, being stolen by ideologies, ideas, world other than Islam. Gangs, Afrocentricity, or the so-called hip culture of hip hop. We're losing our children to all of these other ideologies, right? So when you see him a few years later make the comment talking about Africana studies and getting a degree, it's a continuum of thought. And then of course it just goes back to the Nation of Islam rhetoric and Elijah Muhammad's anti-African statements. That's a whole conversation in of itself. But I'm letting you know that it is not simply the Arabs and Muslims there. It's been a consistent attack from the university system, from Muslims and Christians. It's just an anti-African sentiment everywhere. And so once you get all of these people who have anti-African sentiments, and it's embedded in their religious ideology, it's no surprising the lengths that they will go to try to quell those Afrocentric voices. These people don't even know what Afrocentricity even is. Um, so this sets up the precedents. I even gotten into the conversation here. So now, when you see individuals like Zahi Hawass, who's currently on tour in the United States, and he is just known for saying just ridiculousness. Now, he is a bona fide Egyptologist. He was born and raised in Egypt. However, he is not historically of ancestry of anyone from Egypt. And so it's been revealed that it's kind of a mix of Algeria and some people from Turkey who came and settled in Egypt, and then that's where he was born, right? So, which isn't surprising. Like my last trip, not my last, because I went last year, but the trip that I went to Egypt in 2015, we were in Aswan, and you seen a whole Syrian community, because Syria was going through some internal conflicts, and these were refugees who came in Egypt and settled. And which isn't surprising for those of us who read ancient Egyptian history. This has been happening for thousands of years now. So you have these non-African groups settling in Egypt, and if they stay there and don't go home, of course, unless you have some kind of like strict rules where y'all just mating upon yourselves, you may start mating with the locals. And this is how the genetic diversity expands in places like Egypt. And but anyway, so here's Zahi Hawass, and in an interview on a YouTube news program titled "Were Ancient Egyptians Black" by Arise News, when asked the question, he responded like this. He said, they, talking about the Egyptians, were dark-skinned, but they were not Negro. Because look at the lips of the Negroes like that, and the nose like this. He was pointing at the features on his face. It's not real. You cannot connect the Egyptian civilization with the African at all. It's different. So, I don't know how Zahi Hawass got to the PhD level and doesn't understand that Egypt is in Africa. So to even make the statement, like that's like saying, that Illinois, has nothing to do with the United States. That's they're totally different. There's no connection between Illinois and the United States, right? So you can see just the stupidity in his commentary, but you have individuals at this level. Now, he was the former, head of antiquities. There's a new individual in there now, but he's not any different than Zahi Hawass. So they have a culture of this ideology in Egypt. So when you start pointing out, for example, like the hieroglyphs of from the primary sources on the walls themselves, and you start looking at the flat wide noses, the same so-called black Negro noses in the actual hieroglyphs themselves, like how do you come to this conclusion? Because you had to study hieroglyphs to get your PhD in Egyptology. We know you came across this glyph, the Her glyph. And this glyph means face, front, sight. So how did African people become the face of the face glyph in the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs with no connections to African people at all? Right? So how do you do that? How do we find the same words for face in ancient Egyptian in these other African languages, right? And look at this one right here. This looks just like Don Cheadle, So he's talking about the noses, and allegedly we have wide and big noses. In in this hieroglyph, this nose is practically bigger than his face, right? But we don't go with those particular stereotypes because, of course, uh, Africa is very diverse in terms of its phenotypic variations and even its genetic variations. And this is before the colonial period coming out of Europe and coming out of Asia, right? So, you know, he must have in his long studies in Egypt didn't come across King Sahure, from the fifth dynasty, and you look at his features here, right? So how, by what logic is he making these particular claims, right? Who was he talking about? Did Zahi Hawass and the Arabi's Russian bots come across this? Because this individual has the stereotypical features, and I have to say stereotypical because again, there's a thing in in academia when we talk about this true Negro hypothesis, and so they will only accept African in terms of original African if they have these particular features that are very pronounced in terms of the size of the lips and the nose and the extremities of the skin. And this is something, of course, that has just been blatantly uh, falsified, in as a result of observation. Um, and you don't find, I shouldn't say it, it's slowly but surely, decreasing in the scientific literature, but you still have a lot of people with these old antiquated, notions of what it means to be human in the African sense, right? And so these are the kinds of things that we have to fight today, right? So even when you look at Kevin Hart himself, he resembles, Senseret II, for example, right? Even this late Ptolemaic period statue of Osiris, has the stereotypical, nose of the Egyptian, I mean, of the so-called sub-Saharan African, right? And so, as we're moving forward and, more and more y'all become, deeper and deeper into your studies, you're going to have to abandon certain concepts like Negro and sub-Saharan and the like, because these are non-reality concepts, right? However, regardless of the diversity, you know, for some reason, you have a lot of these modern folks believing that the ancient Egyptians, as intelligent as they were, for some reason depicted themselves in their own artwork differently than from what they actually looked like. And that's what we're going to be dealing with, here today. So I won't be doing too much, if any, strong linguistic analyses. That is something, I do each and every time I turn on this computer. So this is going to be more so of a visual comparison, but not in the sense that you could call it lookership. So, people even use the term lookership wrong. Lookership is when you just take a first glance at something and then come to a conclusion without any further investigations, without having secondary and tertiary evidence to verify that hypothesis. Right? It's just, whatever comes to your mind first, that's what I'm gonna roll with. That's lookership. This isn't the case of lookership, and you'll see why. So we have a gentleman here. I don't know, ethnicity and his historical, genetic orientation is. However, you can tell that he is a very light-skinned human being. More than likely, someone either from Asia or from Europe, right? And he is around the same color as Zahi Hawass, who we saw a few slides earlier. So you can see the comparison. Here's Zahi Hawass, and here's the gentleman in this slide. They're not far off. So when Zahi Hawass says they were dark skinned, but they weren't Negro, how do you even qualify that? What is the Negro cutoff point, right? One thing we can say is that in the depictions, as you can see here in the tomb of Nakhet, that these, for example, in this tomb, the Egyptians depicted themselves in a hue that you could not mistake for the gentleman also in posing in front of the depiction. I have him here. I mean, I have him here like I know who this is. But I have this photo here so that you can see the contrast, right? There's a staunch contrast. It's like putting a picture of Michael Jackson when he was a teenage boy, adolescent, joining the Jackson 5, and versus Michael Jackson and the circus album Michael Jackson, right? For those who are familiar with his albums, you know, um, when you compare, there's a stark difference. There's a large contrast. You could not confuse the two. And in this particular photo, you can see the contrast between himself and how they depicted themselves in terms of their hair texture, in terms of their skin and face color, um, and the like. So, here's kind of a close up from the same tomb of some of the women that are depicted in there. So, same brownish, copperish, color. I'm the same color as the women depicted here in this photo. So, outside of uh, the visuals, in terms of how they depicted themselves, there's a deep analysis of the culture, and this is fundamentally what we're going to be dealing with here today, and how the culture, the worldview, expresses itself in the artistry, in the clothing, in the hairstyles, etc. And so it's interesting that Serge Sonoran, who was a French Egyptologist, in his text, The Ancient Egyptian Priest, states, but for Egypt, the sea marks the limit of the world, of an African world. Thus, the dreams of Ogotomeli, meaning the Dogon people, or the Bantu philosophy, carries precious elements which help us to understand better certain aspects of Egyptian religious thought. But we must expect to find little of Platonic thought in this world, right? So, what he's saying is that when we look at ancient Egyptian philosophy, religion, and culture, we find echoes specifically among the Dogon people and among Bantu people. But there's little, if anything, that we can kind of correlate between what we see in Greece versus what we see in Egypt, in this African world for which ancient Egyptian culture philosophy belongs to. So he rightly puts it in its proper African context, right? So he's not the only, and this is, of course, a European scholar. So even the late E. Wallace Budge, from the late 1800s and early 1900s, he states in his 1911 work, Egyptian Resurrection, there is no doubt that the beliefs examined herein are of indigenous origin, Nilotic or Sudani, in the broadest signification of the word. And I have endeavored to explain those which cannot be elucidated in any other way by the evidence which is afforded by the religions of the modern peoples who live on the great rivers of East, West, and Central Africa. Now, if we examine the religions of modern African peoples, we find that the beliefs underlying them are almost identical with those ancient Egyptian ones described above, as they are not derived from the Egyptians, meaning that you cannot ascribe these commonalities between West Central and Southern Africa, or he said West Central and Eastern Africa, um, as a result of the ancient Egyptians coming into these locations and having influence on them. They all inherit these characteristics. And that's what we explain in using the linguistic analyses, which I won't do here today. However, he continues, as they are not derived, it follows that they are the natural product of the religious mind of the natives of certain parts of Africa, which is the same in all periods. So again, this is in 1911. Um, Sir Sonoron's text is from 1957, right? So, people will say, well, that's kind of old, right? Well, let's go to 2001. This is the historian and linguist Christopher Ehret. He wrote an article called The African Sources of Egyptian Culture and Language. So let's just pause on the title itself. The African Sources of Egyptian Culture and Language. Meaning it did not come from anywhere else. It is homegrown African, right? And in this particular text, it was a conference that was held in 1996 in Barcelona. And these are the proceedings of that conference. So this is from 2001, pages 121 to 28 is his contribution. And so in the text, he states, in certain other key areas of culture, dynastic Egypt may owe a good deal to its Nilo-Saharan neighbors. Now, you already know on this channel, we don't adhere to Joseph Greenberg's, 4 major phyla. That is Khoisan, Niger-Congo, Nilo-Saharan, and Afro-Asiatic. These are unscientific typological groupings that make no sense whatsoever, but there's a number of Africanists who adhere to it, so he's going to be using that language. So we'll continue. In particular, the comparative cultural evidence best fits with the hypothesis of a southerly source for the ideology of Egyptian kingship, for example. So the idea of Egyptian kings, the whole concept of a pharaoh, all this regalia, all the rituals associated with it, all the burials of a king, everything associated with kingship comes from the south of Egypt amongst its so-called Nilo-Saharan neighbors, right? And unquestionably, the Nilo-Saharans who, along with the Egyptians, formed the Middle Nile cultural area were Africans, that is, Black people, by the definition of anyone whatsoever. So ancient Egypt was both in and of Africa. So for some reason, Aguas doesn't understand that Egypt is in Africa. And so, of course, Christopher Ehret has to correct him on this. He says, it owed some items of culture to the ancient Middle East, which is true. but its most fundamental cultural roots stretch back into the African continent, right? And so, all of the Negro assimilationists who try to come on this channel and try to argue otherwise, and love to bring up Christopher Ehret's name. They never cite this stuff from Christopher Ehret. You know, they only want to cite his mentioning and love for the Afroasiatic language phylum. But when it comes to this, they don't cite Christopher Ehret. All right, so we continue. What emerges most strongly from the linguistic and comparative cultural evidence is the extent to which ancient Egypt's culture grew from sub-Saharan African roots. So there's that term. So let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that the concept of sub-Saharan Africa is a legit thing, right? So he's saying that these Nilo-Saharan groups, which is if according to some is really kind of the early break off of Niger Congo, right? And so the idea of kingship, coming from this particular cultural area from the south. And so now he's saying that the Egypt's culture grew from sub-Saharan African roots. Of course, so all of these, the basis of his culture, again, he's kind of echoing what you heard Serge Sonaron say, the Egyptologist, as well as Ewalis Budge, right? Like why is when these Europeans who study deeply Africa itself, and then in a broader sense, and then ancient Egypt in particular, why are they coming to this conclusion that everything that you find for the most part in ancient Egypt can be found all across Africa, right? In the earlier formative eras of the culture that was to evolve into the dynastic Egypt, it was people from the south, from a region encompassed by very approximate terms Eritrea and the southern Red Sea Hills, who moved north into Egypt and brought in the primary features of a new economy and culture, along with an Afrasian, so-called Afroasiatic language. The people of those southerly regions were most certainly Africans, that is, Black people, even under the selective definitions of the modern day holders of anti-Afrocentric views, 19th and early 20th century writers. So he's saying here that, look, Zahi Hawass and Arabaj Russian bots, these folks were Black African people. You can't make up no ridiculous idea that they were dark skinned but not Negro. All of them would be classified as Black. If you spoke Spanish, you would see Negro. In French, Negro, right? They're all the same word. That it was just stupid, right? That in by any stretch of the imagination, the people who were anti-African, anti-Black, they would classify them as such, right? So now let's look into some some bio anthropology, some bioarchaeology here, right? So here is a paper titled Cranial Discrete Traits in a Byzantine Population and Eastern Mediterranean Population Movements. So we're not even dealing with ancient Egypt in terms of the title. This is in the Levant, right? And the Eastern Mediterranean. So cranial discrete traits. So what does this text say? And this is by FX Ricot and M. Wilkins, if I'm saying that correctly, probably not. So let's go here. So the text states, from the Mesolithic to the early Neolithic period, Different lines of evidence support an out of Africa Mesolithic migration to the Levant by northeastern African groups that had biological affinities with sub Saharan populations. From a genetic point of view, several recent genetic studies have shown that sub Saharan genetic lineages affiliated with the Y chromosome PN2 clade have spread through Egypt into the Near East, the Mediterranean area, and for some lineages as far north as Turkey, probably during several dispersal episodes since the Mesolithic. So, what are these terms that they're using here? Neolithic, Mesolithic. We're talking about ages here, and lithic means stone. So these are stone ages. So, um, so from the Mesolithic period, this is 10,000 to 8,000 BCE. So remember that humans left Africa, anywhere between 75,000 to 50,000 uh, years ago, right? And left and populated the rest of the earth. So this, we're not talking about those initial dispersals, right? We're talking about something very young in terms of our biological anthropology, archaeology, history is concerned. So this is the Mesolithic is 10,000 to 8,000 BCE. Neolithic is 8,000 to 3,000 BCE. Right? Remember, ancient Egypt, the state began in 3200 BCE, 3200, 3100, right? So the evidence is showing that from this time period, there were sub-Saharan Africans moving into the Levant and moving into as far north as Turkey. Now, for those of you, who are familiar with my work and Jean-Claude and Bowley's work, that, we argue that, the language family that he uses is Negro Egyptian, which I renamed Chin into. But we'll use Negro Egyptian after in respect to Obinga, who created the language file. The language family. And so, it is these sub-Saharan groups that mingled with some people who already were there, who were part of the early expansion of human beings before the Mesolithic and the Neolithic. So these Mesolithic and Neolithic migrants came out of through Egypt and settled in these spaces, and their interactions is what gave birth to Semitic and what gave birth to Indo-European. Now there's two competing hypotheses for the origins of Indo-European languages. And one is Turkey, in that lower Mesopotamian area, and the others is along the Caucasus, right? So, that's a conversation for another time. I know when Bowley's working on that work currently, he dealt with it in his 2010 work as kind of a preliminary, but now he's going to go into more detail. But you can see we have the circumstantial evidence of, the genetics and the cranial studies that support this. So it's inevitable that, of course, human beings spoke languages. What happened to the languages? How did the languages shape each other, and what were the formations as a result of those convergences in those places? But anyway, so if these sub-Saharan Africans, right, came through Egypt and settled in the Levant and into places as far north as Turkey up to 3000 BCE, then you don't think that some of them didn't just sit and settle in Egypt itself, right? Now, this, the next page, or that same, well, it's kind of the next page. It started off on one page and started on another. So now let's read this. So we're going to go slow here today, right? They continue. They say this finding is in agreement with morphological data that suggests that populations with sub-Saharan morphological elements were present in northeastern Africa from the Paleolithic to at least the Holocene, to the early Holocene, and diffused northward to the Levant and Anatolia beginning in the Mesolithic. Indeed, the rare and incomplete Paleolithic to earlier Neolithic skeletal specimens found in Egypt, such as the 33,000-year-old Nazlet Katur specimen, the Wadi Kubaniya skeleton from the Paleolithic site in the Upper Nile Valley, the Karunian Fayum early Neolithic crania. Now, this is going to be important. This word Fayum here, because our detractors are when they want to say North Africa, they believe that the so-called true Negroes, the sub-Saharans, weren't in North Africa, and so if you're familiar with a place in Egypt called Fayum, it's a big lake, kind of in the northern part, where a lot of the Greeks and Romans settled in later times. And so when you see those portraits of so-called Egyptians, they're really Greeks and Romans who settled in Egypt, and painted themselves. But they did that. Those mummies are called Fayum mummies. So the Karunian sub-Saharan African mummies, skeletons, or these are the first settlers and stuff in that area. And the Nabta specimen from the Neolithic Nabta site in the western desert of Egypt show, with regard to the great African biological diversity that I spoke of earlier, Neolithic and modern sub-Saharan specimens. This affinity pattern between ancient Egyptians and sub-Saharans has also been noticed by several other investigators. Angel 1972, or Angle 1972, Berry and Berry 1967, 1972, Keita, that's Shamarka Keita 1995. So there's other studies that reinforce this notion that these are in fact sub-Saharan Africans, right? And has been recently reinforced. So another source for you, recently reinforced by the study of Brace et al. 2005, which clearly shows that the cranial morphology of prehistoric and recent Northeast African populations is linked to sub-Saharan populations, Niger Congo populations. Now, y'all should know my issues with them trying to link genetics and skull studies to languages without any written records. But this is telling. So why did they say Niger Congo population? So juxtapose that to the statement made by Christopher Ehret when he was talking about Nilo-Saharan, origins of kingship and the like. And again, Nilo-Saharan is allegedly a branch, a sister branch of Niger Congo. And so they kind of put this Niger Kordofanian, Niger Saharan, super family, um, and so we'll continue. These results support the hypothesis that some of the Paleolithic early Holocene populations from Northeast Africa were probably descendants of sub-Saharan ancestral populations. So, we're looking from a linguistic evidence. We're seeing from the genetic and paleographic evidence that, and of course the compared cultural evidence that, everything that we're talking about when it comes to ancient Egypt is the so-called sub-Saharan African, has a so-called sub-Saharan African base. That, everything that we're talking about when it comes to ancient Egypt. That is my phone. Let me see if I can. Hope y'all are still with me out there. Again, I can't see your comments, but I will check. So let me just get some on my phone here. And turn it down. So bong. Right. So so let's continue. So when you look at this map of North Africa. So this is, when they put this North African map up there, right? These are the countries that are supposedly classified as North Africa. So you have Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, Libya, Egypt, and Sudan. But it seems like, so it's interesting that Sudan can be North Africa, but for people who are in opposition to us, they count everybody from the Sudan as sub-Saharan Africans. And so I guess some people in their internal racism and their external racism, they they take out the Sudan. So here's another map. So they took out Sudan. They put Sudan in the black folks in sub-Saharan Africa, right? So now it's, but to show you how silly the concept of sub-Saharan Africa is, and who they include in terms of North Africans, like North Africans are a separate race of people. Let's for example, let's look at Algeria and Libya, right? These two countries are bordered by Mauritania, Mali, Niger, Chad, and Sudan. So let's look at the lowest part of Libya, for example, over here in this corner. See, the borders are just like, when the politicians want to redistrict, for voting reasons, and you look at a districting map and it just, a square or cut off real quick and extend in some weird shape, like this is how these states are designed. So the lowest part here in Libya, the most southern part of Libya, is way below the highest point of Chad in Niger, right? When you go to Algeria, the lowest part of Algeria, cuts into the highest point of Mali, Mauritania, and Niger, right? So, according to some people's logic, Algeria is North Africa and Niger is sub-Saharan Africa. You see how that doesn't make sense, right? And now look at over here, this Western Sahara disputed area, right? So so let's look at this. So in the green section of it, you would be in North Africa on the western end, but you go into the eastern end of Mauritania, and then you're in sub-Saharan Africa. So does that even make sense? You're in East Mauritania, but you're in sub-Saharan Africa. But if you go into Western Mauritania, then you are in North Africa. This undisputed. Like it's just stupid, right? So then you have situations like this. This is the Tashwanat mummy, right? This is a mummy of a 3-year-old African child, and is the earliest evidence in Africa in terms of purposeful mummification. And it's believed that this is ultimately where the concept of mummification came from in ancient Egypt, right? And so it is found at a spot called Uan Muhajiag, if I'm saying that correctly. I'm assuming that's a Berber term. And on the top left of your screen, you're going to see kind of this, red marker right here. So this is where the site is in Libya. So remember, Libya is North Africa, right? So this mummy, it was dated to be 7,500 BP. That's before present. So that would be 5,500 BCE, right? So this is way before ancient Egypt as a state, in terms of the unifying of Upper and Lower Kemet. So there was a documentary film that you can, if you want to know more about this mummy, you can watch it on YouTube. It's called The Mystery of the Black Mummy. And you can also get it on DVD. And so on this map here from the site, I put this little red line. Look where this red line, if we was to draw a straight line from one Muhajia, however you pronounce it, to Egypt, you would see that this line cuts through where is um, basically, Upper Egypt, kind of in the middle, like the beginnings of going into Lower Egypt, which is here, but this would be kind of Upper Egypt here. So regardless, this is all North Africa. So how did a black mummy get, into Libya? Excuse me, how did a black child get into Libya? So remember, this is a 3-year-old child. So I doubt children were just walking in the desert by themselves. This person had a family, right? And their families lived there. And so this is in 5,500 BCE. Right. So remember the study that we just said. So anywhere between 10,000 and 8,000 BCE in terms of Mesolithic, the Neolithic 8,000 to 3,000 BCE, these sub-Saharan Africans were living in North Africa and was even moving into the Levant all the way up to Turkey. So you see where Turkey is right here. So that means these sub-Saharan Africans, so-called, was moving into places like Syria, the Levant, Iraq, going into Turkey. So when people don't understand why we can find affinities in terms of language between Sumerian and Bantu and Yoruba and ancient Egyptian, etc., because this is why those people who spoke those ancestral languages moved into this. And it shouldn't be a surprise because we have archaeological evidence in pre-dynastic times of Egyptians moving into the Levant and setting up colonies there, just as you have people in the Levant moving into Egypt in pre-dynastic times, right? We got that. So if you have Umoja Volume 2 that I published in 2020, you have those citations towards the end of the book, right? So, here is some photos of, Tebu people. These are Africans who lived in Libya as early as, so this photo was taken in 1914. This on the left here, this sister, right? And then not sure, when this photo was taken. This is in color, so this is definitely later. But this one on the right here with the family is 1922. This is, these are stereotypical Africans living in Libya at this time. They're still there, and I was just talking with brother Sekou the other night, and we were talking about these people and them because the modern borders, remember that these modern African states borders are not by indigenous African people. This was a result of the Berlin 1884, 1883, 1884. And so those lines will cut through ethnic groups and historical territories. So, but these folks, as a result of like what you see, in this mummy here, so we have African people here shown, in terms of 5,500 BCE, and we have evidence of them still there in the early 1900s, right? And so, matter of fact, when you look at this brother's body type here, you notice when you look at the statues of ancient Egyptians, like they're built differently. They have what we call a tropical body plan, right? But we'll get into that another time. Sister wearing her ma'at feather on the top of her head. So when you look at pictures of North Africans now, they look different because that's the result of many people coming out of Europe and many people coming out of Asia who settled in North Africa, all across North Africa, especially with the spread of um, Arabs and Islam and the like. But that's not what North Africa looked like historically. So don't ever let nobody come and tell you nothing about some dang Mediterranean race and North Africans. These people don't study, they don't read. And I get so sick and tired of people on the net who don't read, right? And so I don't know if y'all seen this before, but here's a video. And matter of fact, let me look at y'all. Make sure y'all can tell me if y'all hear the sound from the video.
But the CT scan has one more surprise for Alejandro: Shamai's ethnicity.
Well, they have just told me that Shamai had Nubian features, which means that their ruling family was probably Nubian, and that was unexpected.
Examining Shamai's anatomy closely, the thickness of his bones and the shape of his nasal cavity, the anthropologists think he was a black African, likely from neighboring Nubia. A huge revelation that challenges the prevailing image of the Egyptian ruling class.
We always thought the ancient Egyptian elite were Mediterranean type, and in this sense, Shammai is representing the society of the frontier, in which different ethnic groups were mixed. At the end, it doesn't matter the color of your skin. Shammai was Egyptian.
So hopefully you heard exactly what he's saying. So he's talking about a pharaoh, Shemaiah. I believe he's like fourth or fifth dynasty. And, to his surprise, this was a quote unquote black African pharaoh. So, you know how they always try to talk about that the only black pharaohs with the 25th Kushite dynasty is BS, right? So he said in the video that he was expecting a quote unquote Mediterranean type in terms of the elite in ancient Egypt, but that turned out not to be the case, right? So it's not a surprise, it's not a shock for anyone who has read the literature that, for example, that I cited in this presentation and others which I have not, right? So when you go to the Shabaka stone of the 25th Kushite dynasty, right? This was a document for which, matter of fact, I'll just read it, right? So Shabaka commissioned this particular stone. So I won't read the top part, but I'll just read this starting from the second paragraph. He says, this writing, the hieroglyphs that you see on the left, was copied out anew by His Majesty in the house of his father Ptah south of this wall. For His Majesty found it to be a work of the ancestors, which was worm-eaten, so that it could not be understood from the beginning to end. His Majesty copied it anew so that it became better than it had been before, in order that his name might endure and his monument last in the house of his father, south of his wall, throughout eternity, done by the son of Ra, Shabaka, for his father Tanin, so that he might live forever. Now I have highlighted here, he says, for His Majesty found it to be the work of the ancestors, which were worm-eaten. So this was a document that was found on a papyrus, but it was worms were eating it. It was becoming deteriorated. So he had it recopied in stone so that it can last longer. So this is the right. And so, but he says here that this was the work of the ancestors. Why would a Cushite king from the south, from Sudan, what is now called Sudan, reference this work and say it was the work of the ancestors, of his ancestors? Because he's related to the people who started this whole ancient Egyptian thing. So we black folks, we have a saying: we know us, or we recognize us wherever we are. Like, uh wherever we go in this world, we know if we've been there, because we recognize us wherever we are, right? And it's the same thing here with Shabaka. And so, you have evidence like with Diodorus Siculus, Greek philosopher who I believe studied in Egypt as well. And he was asking him, he's saying, he says, they talking about the Ethiopians. And remember, ancient Ethiopia is in modern Sudan, and not modern Ethiopia. But the Ethiopians say also that the Egyptians are colonists sent out by the Ethiopians. Osiris having been the leader of the colony, and the larger part of their customs of the Egyptians are they hold Ethiopian, the colonists still preserving their ancient manners. For instance, the belief that their kings are gods, the very special attention which they pay to their burials, and many other matters of a similar nature are Ethiopian practices, while the shapes of their statues and the forms of their letters are Ethiopian. Right? So so you already have Shabaka talking about that these early, because the original is dated to the document for the Shabaka stone is dated to the Old Kingdom. So you're saying that these Old Kingdom folks are our ancestors. And then you have people like Christopher Arrett talking about these customs coming from these so-called Nilo-Saharan speakers, out of the Sudan, the Nilots, right? Then you have Diodorus Siculus reaffirming that, saying that that ancient Egypt was a colony sent out by the Ethiopians. So all of the evidence, when you put it together, points to the culture and everything coming from the south. There was a colony that was established in Upper Egypt first, and then it came later to what was Lower Egypt, which is northern Egypt by our orientation today, right? And it's the uniting of these two areas that forms the political state of Egypt, or ancient Kemet, right? And so he's saying that the customs, regarding their kings, did not Christopher Everett repeat the same thing? Right. So, you some people, you just gotta let them, drown in their own uh piss, basically, when they try to argue against stuff like this, because this is the kind of stuff, this is why African centered scholarship is dangerous, according to them, why it's a threat to their identity, according to that one poster, to not only North Africans but ancient Egypt, modern Egyptians, because it's going to point out that those folks aren't the modern Egyptians, though, at least the stereotypical face of modern Egyptians, the people who look like Zahi Hawass and others, aren't related to ancient Egyptians. They're not from the ancestral culture that birthed ancient Egypt, whose depictions you see clearly on the walls, right? And so when you put Zahi Hawass against photos of statues like this, these are the wood carvings. So where are these afros at in modern Egypt? And so they misclassify native Egyptians, actual ancestral Egyptians, as Nubians. They're not Nubians. They're Egyptians. They're the Remech who still live in Egypt. Because of the racism um, inherited from Islam and then of course Europe, they try to misclassify these individuals. Let's see Zahi Hawass try to get this hairstyle in the middle, right? Look at the representations when they carved themselves out. So remember the wall painting that we saw, earlier from the tomb of Nakhet. Now, when you look at all of the wood carvings and the representations, right? Who are these people, the so-called dark-skinned but not Negro, according to Zahi Hawass? Remember that I told you about this, the stature, in the carvings of the terms of their body plan. And you'll see, I'm gonna keep pointing that out when we look at other photos further on. But look at the statues of the Magi warriors, for example. Now imagine this. Let's assume, for the sake of conversation, that you have a population, a large population of Egyptians that are of the stereotypical Zahi Hawass type, right? In terms of hair texture, in terms of skin color, and the like. Notice when they ever show the armies of ancient Egypt, they never show anyone who looks like that. They always show these African folks as terms of the military. Now, I don't know how many of y'all have been in the military, and I'm not trying to get no one in trouble, but some of y'all know some things already. That when you have a gang of soldiers in an area for which they're occupying, oftentimes they are sleeping, with the native women, right? So imagine, like, how many soldiers do you need on a constant? Because remember, ancient Egypt, they were constantly into it with other nations, so they had to have a steady army, a steady folks. But all the people in the army look like this according to their representations of themselves in the army. So imagine you have a gang, you have thousands of young, fit military men roaming up and down the Nile. Who are these pale women ultimately going to be marrying and sleeping with? Y'all answer that for me. Right? Who is going to be the ideal man and mate for the average citizen there, right? Who are these people? Who are they going to have the fetish for? Who is going to be planting the seeds for generations to come? This happens everywhere, all throughout history. You can go into Africa right now and not even dealing with soldiers, just Chinese, migrant workers who are coming in, having these intimate relations with African women and having these biracial children, all throughout Africa. And most of them, going back and leaving to China. So, again, for the sake of conversation, let's assume that Egypt is these pale Mediterranean type people, as the large population, but your army is made up with nothing but Black African people. And we got to look at your, short and stubby men, in contrast to these tall, fit, Africans roaming up and down with their sweaty bodies down the Nile River. Y'all out y'all minds. But let's continue, right? So you see the representations of the people here, right? And so what I want to, get across the fact that the ancient Egyptians are accurately depicting themselves, artifacts, situations, on the walls and in the papyri and on the pottery and the like. Everywhere you go in Egyptology, when you see these hairstyles, they want to say that these are wigs. That's the first thing that they go to. These are wigs, because they can't imagine, these so-called Levantine Mediterraneans with hairstyles like this, because they've never seen them. But those of us who have traveled in Africa and who live in Africa know better. These hairstyles are typical African hairstyles. So when you see this Afar brother on the right in the top right corner with that hair, you can't get that kind of hairstyle with European straight hair, with Mexican people's hair, with Chinese people's hair. You're not getting froze like in a center, right? Like these are accurate representations of hairstyles in the area itself. So even this brother here. So they're showing you the different groups of Africans that were in ancient Egypt. Because hairstyles, tattoos, dress traditionally are identifiers in indigenous cultures around the world. This isn't just an African thing. You can identify, a people by the clothing that they wore, the tattoos, the scarifications that they may have, their hairstyles, and of course their language. Right. And so when I was in Egypt last, I wish I had a better, because this photo doesn't do it justice, because this was just a screenshot from a video that I shot. But when I first met this Nubian brother here, we were in Aswan, and this is on the right. And I'm sitting there, I'm just staring at him. I'm like, dang, he looks just like a statue of a pharaoh that I know, but I couldn't remember the name at the time. And so later on that night, a group of us snuck off and went on a boat ride with these Nubian brothers. So some of y'all may have seen me post a video of them playing this drum here, and we all singing and dancing and the like. And so, I wanted to ask him if I could just take a photo of his face, but I didn't want to be that dude, because I had video of him. But there's another brother by the name of Asar who was with us. And then I was telling him, like, this dude looks like a particular pharaoh, and I can't think of who it is. And then he looked at him and he was like, damn, he sure does. And then he went into his phone and pulled out the photo of Sankara, which you can see, on the left here. And I'm gonna try to get a better screenshot, and I'm gonna rejuxtapose this photo. Like, this dude looks just like him, right? It's crazy. And any one of them really could look like him, but him in particular on that night. So when you're talking about those dark skinned but not Negro ancient Egyptians, they look just like this brother right here. This brother right here, and this brother right here. And so, people think that the colors on the walls are symbolic. People having conversations, skin maps, and all this. Ain't been to Egypt and seen the folks who actually lived there in North Africa. So we already saw the evidence of North Africans, with their very dark skin. That there's a great variety here. But when you think of the color that was of the ancient Egyptians, this is typical of the color of the stereotypical ancient Egyptian, right? And look at his hair texture, you know, right? And you see this on the wall here. We understand that, paint, you know, range, because of the quality of the materials over time and the like. But this is a pretty accurate representation of the actual skin color of a lot of the ancient Egyptians. And you can only see it when you kind of juxtapose them side by side, right? Of individuals who actually are there. So then again, Egypt is a place you have to travel to and see these folks. They're still there, right? And so what end up happening is that, when you have the trolls, the Negro assimilationist trolls and Arabized Russian bot trolls, right? What they'll do is they'll create these collages, right? And they'll find these random photos of people who don't look stereotypically African and say that these are the accurate pictures of the ancient Egyptians, right? And you have to word this correctly because they are ancient Egyptians. They're ancient Egyptian citizens, but they are not representations of the people who founded ancient Egypt, who built the culture, who built the temples and things. Once you become a center for trade, people from neighboring areas are going to come and settle, looking for opportunities like anywhere else. It's no different than when Black people in the South, in the early 1900s moved up north looking for opportunities, right? And so, areas that were not dominated by African people, you now start to see representations of them there because they migrated and moved there. It's no different when it comes to people coming out of the Mediterranean, talking about Romans, you're talking about Greeks, you're talking about, Jews, Arabs, all of those people, Syrians, Assyrians, all of them moved into Egypt. And while the first generation were the foreigners, the second generation of people who grew up in Egypt, and they're marrying each other and having children. So now you have these different ancestral populations intermarrying and mixing, and sometimes some keeping, kind of like how we have Chinatowns in every single major city, keeping their cultural group together. And in some instances, all of this is going on at the same time in Egypt. So we're not saying that these individuals do not accurately represent citizens who are of Egypt, but you notice that they will never be able to show you representations like this, where it's a group of 10 or more of the individuals who look like this. They're always isolated individual portraits, never groups, never a bunch of folks, never a bunch of wooden carvings like this, because these are the representations of the natives, right? And so that's what we have to keep in context. So remember, I mentioned the Fayum portraits. These are the Fayum portraits. These are, people of Greece and Rome who settled in and lived in the Fayum, lake area and intermingled with Egyptian. These are their offspring, right, in the Fayum period. And so when you see these representations, notice that you never see representations of people who look like this in the actual artwork itself with multiple, native Egyptians. Why is that? You always got to make it make sense. So they think, Tutankhamun, like this is symbolic color. No, this is what an actual brother looks like, in Egypt. I wish I had queued up a video of a group of Egyptians who was trying to sell us some stuff on the boat when we was on the cruise back in 2015. You know, all with skin color just like this. They're representing themselves how they actually look, right? So when you go there, you see people with this color. So it ranges from a rich red, reddish color to a brownish color. Like I'm closer to this color here, and this kind of copper. It's all black folks. These will all be considered black folks here in the United States, right? And so this is a Fulani, woman, a Wadabi. And so, these folks are, kind of in the Libya, area and the like, and what I meant to do was to put a picture of a woman in because the women are always not always, they're especially in funerary scenes and ritual scenes, the women are depicted as yellow, and they don't think for some reason that African people were painting themselves yellow. Like this is a Fulani woman. So I don't know how clear your screen is, but you can see her in the yellow paint. Right here, they'll go to great lengths to try to Mediterraneanize every particular feature. So here's on the bottom here is a reconstruction, a digital fantasy, of what Queen Tai, is on both over here. So this is her actual mummy. This is her bust, how the ancient Egyptians saw her while she was living. This is her bust. Excuse me, this is her in the middle. This is her actual mummy. And then this is, these digital recreations, of her, right? And this is another one, but closer to what you would probably have seen, of her in a sign. But this is a reconstruction as well, all right? And so, here's Amenhotep III from the 18th dynasty. And so again, this is way before the Kushite 25th dynasty. They keep, trying to make it seem as if the 25th dynasty was the only time that Africans, were pharaohs in ancient Egypt. And, this is far from the case. But this is, and again, for those wig, what's his name? Chief X, swear to God that this is a wig like that. This brother was just walking around with an Afro wig, and and his evidence of this as being a wig. First of all, this is a drawing, a stone on stone here, right? So you can make anything happen in artwork, right? So. But in real life, the artifacts, move and fit a little different. So his argument was because the snake is on the head here, that this is a wig, and it's just silly. Like they actually had, and I don't know if I have it. No, I didn't put it on this slide. We have artifacts of the headbands with the serpent on them. So they would put that over their head, just like in this representation of Amenhotep III here, right? This is his hair. And so, and we can see this is in, I believe this is in Ethiopia, these brothers here. So you can see, kind of the darkish, copperish color, reddish color in terms of their phenotype, which you see represented in the artwork here. And of course, these particular froze and beards. So this person may have been of modern Ethiopian ancestry. It's possible, right? And so, again, we're trying to get across here that what you see in the artifacts on the papyri and on the stone temples and the like is representations of stuff in real life. This is just what they have. So, you know, this photo here goes against the whole wig thing, right? And not to say that they didn't have wigs, because I'm gonna show you some wigs in a little bit, right? But you can see here the same way that this brother is getting his hair twisted with the stick and the like, you see the same process here. And so a brother's working on his head in live. It's not he's working on a separate wig. You don't see him putting on a fully done wig on this man's head. He's doing the twist right here. He has his hair up in this bond, and he's going in layers. So, you know, a few sisters who do hair in a chat, you know, may recognize this particular process here. And so you can see here brothers doing the hair. So when you see, for example, this is an Afar man with his curls and twists and his long with this particular type of shape. You see it in ancient Kemet as well. This isn't a wig. This is representation of their actual hair, right? And you see it again here with this sister. You know, when I first came across this sister, I was trying to build a time machine so I can go back in time and find the original model of this sister, so I can, you know, see if I can bring her back and data, you know, because this sister, you know, here is fine, right? But you can see this is clearly a sister, right? And so, you know, just showing, you know, the culture of the braided hairstyles that you would see in ancient Egypt still, you know, going on today. So these two sisters are from Danakil, Ethiopia. And I don't know who the person is on the left, but the person on the right is named Miss Lailu or Lailau. Both of them are of the Afar people. Same people as this brother here. And I don't know. I think I skipped it. Anyway, so, but they're from the same ethnic group. So when you see the African side locks here, these are actual African hairstyles. So again, when Christopher Ehret and E. Wallace Budge and all of those other people who we cited earlier are talking about these cultural elements that you find in ancient Egypt, you find them all over Africa. Again, this is a young boy from the Himba tribe, East Africa. This is Ramesses II here. So you notice that, you know, the challenge is to find these hairstyles natively in the Mediterranean or in Europe in early representations of themselves. And then even today, because again, these are photos, these are actual photos of living people today. I don't know if they're actually alive at this very moment, but at the time, you know, these are real photos. This is before AI generation, right? So they're still living the culture, right? So when you see, for example, in this representation here of these types of parts and this groupings in the hair, you still see it today. Like I keep telling y'all, hairstyles are identifiers to certain African groups. We can tell which groups were living in ancient Egypt at the time because their descendants are still keeping their culture. They're still wearing their hair in the same way. They're still wearing the same jewelry. Like these stuff, you know, for those of you who are continental Africa, it's going to be hard to grasp for a lot of Americans, you know, especially American blacks, to understand because we've been so divorced. But those on the continent, if y'all are in the chat, you know, let them know that, you know, you can tell people by their dress, by their hairstyle, by their tattoos. These were done in part for identification purposes with certain clans and certain people, right? And so you can see, you know, this bust. So this is a wooden carving around the time of Amun Nafis III. It's in the museum. As a young brother, with the similar hairstyle here, but except, I think they shaved. Well, I think this may be shaved or representation of a shaved back of the head. Well, he still has the braids, but you can still see the same type of hairstyle, right? And so, this is from the Congo here. This particular slide, and I have this here to show that when you are seeing these representations in African artwork of these intricate designs, you cannot say that these are necessarily wigs or or crowns, as certain people from other trolling groups and channels try to argue. Like, you can see this, for example, on this left wooden statue. This is again coming out of the Congo. This is an actual hairstyle of the women there, right? And so this is an old photo. This is another set of kind of West Central African hairstyle. So you see in the wood carving here, like, this is actual hair. As you can see, this woman's braids, this young woman's braids here. When you look up in this corner here, you see this wooden corner. People will look at this and say that's a hat. But if you don't know the culture, you would know that that's an actual hairstyle. It's intricately designed. When you see like this particular brother here with the kind of like, what's his name from Black Panther, those kind of markings. This one's all on his face instead of on his body, like Killmonger in Black Panther, right? You see it in the artwork. You see this hairstyle look kind of crazy, but this is a legit hairstyle. So even this woman here, you see these big puffs, right? You see it in the wooden carvings in the artwork. It's not just random sound. This is their hair. So this is a surprising one. So you see this one right here, and this looks just like the crown of Upper Egypt. So, the crown of Upper Egypt, the style may have been inspired simply as a hairstyle, which is represented like this in the artwork. And you find a similar thing among the Yoruba. So even this elaborate looking thing here, right? This is an actual hairstyle, right? And this is just another representation of the extent that Black women, will just Black people in general, African people in particular, will do their hair. This is a Fulani woman, right? If we were to have a wooden carving of this, they would think something else. Like, that couldn't be their hair if you're not familiar with African people, right? And, we're just going to take a pause a little bit, because this is Queen Nefertiti from the 18th dynasty. And you see her, the head fell off, but you can see her body shape and type, right? So you can see kind of a short top with kind of elongated, kind of lower torso here, right? And then of course this particular area. So I know a brother, made this particular carving because he wanted everyone to know. Like, no, let me do this. I knew what she looked like, right? And so when you juxtapose it to, real life people in the area. So this is going further down into Rwanda. Is a sister from Rwanda, right? You can see the same kind of short or at the top of this long, same type of shape. And so, you know, there's certain cultural items, certain cultural customs, you know. So when you see, you know, I don't know, I forgot whose show I was watching back in the day. I think Ngozi was on, and they was trying to argue that this was a Mediterranean, you know, woman. Again, not paying attention to the shape. They're letting you know here the kind of smaller top, but then it gets wider in a very significant way, just like how you see this woman here. And from the same area, this is Rwanda. You can see the women still doing the poses, you know, except this time their horns are out. So this is supposed to represent cow horns. This is what you see, you know, represented here. So, you know, this woman was part of a cattle culture, right? And you see the women of Rwanda still doing this today. And even further north in the Sudan, you see a Dinka man. You know, people who are part of that cattle culture, they're always imitating. You always see them in these poses where they are showing up signs of various different cattle, right? Because even these signs and symbols let you know who they are. You know, what type of, you know, clan they belong to. So, you know, you see it represented in to a large extent, like when you talk about the Ka pose, because there's a word Ka that means, or Ker means bull, right? And this is the Ka statue of Horowibra, right? And so I'm gonna try to skip all the way to 90. So we're gonna get back on Queen Nefertiti.
Legend.
And so this is a documentary film, and there's an Egyptologist who is trying to discover if the tomb that they're excavating is in fact has or houses Queen Nefertiti. The tombs are unmarked, or the mummies are unmarked, so there's no names. So there's just no direct way to say that this in fact is Queen Nefertiti and the like. But they're speculating. But it's the commentary around 9 at the 9 mark that is going to be important here. Oh, let me go back.
Feel the mummy's entrance to the afterlife. A fate worse than death. But they left behind a telltale clue. A clue overlooked by everyone, except Dr. Joanne Fletcher. She's an expert in a rare field, ancient Egyptian hair. "13 years ago, buried among the treasures of the Cairo Museum, Joanne noticed an ancient wig.
With certain specializations, you do zoom in to quite a close range level. You tend to see things that otherwise tend to get dismissed as trivial. I'm actually drawn to things which other people may have missed.
A wig fingerprint, leading to the time it was made and who it was made for.
What we're actually looking at here is basically the Nubian wig, the Nubian hairstyle, which generally was only worn by royal women between around 1400 and 1300 BC.
So I hope y'all were able to hear what she said. So, you know, Dr. Fletcher is, you know, again, as I stated, they're trying to discover if the mummies in which they are excavating includes the mummy of Nefertiti. And, one thing that she specializes in is wigs. And so she's like, the wig that we found in the tomb may in fact give us a clue to if this is Nefertiti or not. But in the process of that conversation, she says that Nefertiti is wearing the Nubian wig, the royal Nubian wig. The question that you have to ask is, how, if we go back to Hawas's statement that ancient Egypt had nothing to do with Africans, why is the royal wig, the wig worn by the royal women, in a Nubian hairstyle? Right? What makes it a Nubian hairstyle? That's the question that you have to ask. Why are you wearing, if they had nothing to do with Africa, why are you wearing African hairstyles to represent royalty in your nation? Right? So when you look at the wigs, and so as I stated, there were wigs in ancient Egypt. Some of them wore them for various different reasons. But the question you have to ask is, well, why isn't this a straight wig? Why does the wig style, you see they're going out their way to create curls at the top here with these braids on the side? Whose hairstyle are they imitating with the wigs? So as I said, when you're looking at the representations on the walls, they represent real things in real life. So when you look at the style, like when you look at this Afro wig, right, with the braids in the back, remember the Nubian royal wigs. So it would make sense when you go back to Christopher Ehret's conversation that we cited earlier, where they said that the kingship, in essence, the royalty, and excuse the loud noise that y'all hearing from upstairs, but the royalty comes from the South. So it would make sense that if you're designing a royal hairstyle, you're designing a wig that represents the royal hairstyle, that it would be a representation of the hairstyle from the people from which the concept of kingship came from. Right? So even when you see this isn't necessarily a royal style, it's just a regular wig. So you see that it's still in a style of an African woman's hair. So again, it's always this puffiness, the Beja people, this puffiness, this curliness at the top with the curls and braids on the side. Just full braids when it comes to the women, as you can see over here. Right? And so this is a photo in Aswan. So again, these Beja people were still in Egypt, in Aswan at the time that this photo was taken, in the early 1900s. And so you see the hairstyles, so like you see this hairstyle here on this woman, that's what you see here in this wig here. But there's no large scale wig industry. These are actual people's hair, right? So you see another, you'll see it as Bisharin in the early photos. I forgot what year this was taken, Bisharin, but that's just another variation of saying the word Beja, right? So these are young Beja girls. And it's interesting looking at this photo here of the on the left hand side, especially this young woman that you see right here, because when you look at this mummy of Queen Nejemet, who was the wife of Herihor on the 20th, early 21st dynasty, she looks just like this young girl that you see here. This older version of her, right, with the braids and all. And so, but when you see like a representation on the drawing here, she looks different. So this is her drawing from when she was living, which you see her as yellow, because again, they're for symbolic reasons they are painted yellow in terms of the women here. But you know, you look at her actual face and lips and things, it looks totally different, right? But the way that she is more representative, you can see the cheeks, you know, the same consonants, everything here, right? This is just to show, you know, kind of the diversity in terms of hair in North Africa. And again, the skin tone is similar. This is a Tuareg woman in Niger, right? And so you can see, so when you see kind of like the straightness of hair and all that, that means nothing. These are still, you know, African people because they have different types of hair textures, right? And so, you know, it's interesting. So you can kind of see the inspiration behind the European wigs that you see here. So notice on the top, it's the bushy, you know, curl, and then kind of it was supposed to be representative of the curls and waves, you know, from the long side. So, you know, there's many things that Europeans, as they were developing, you know, they adopted in terms of ancient Egypt, especially in terms of religion, in terms of Pope, like the popes, and you know, his hair, his crown that he wears on his head comes directly out of Egypt. And you see the Greeks, and you see the architecture, you know, comes out of Egypt and the like, and these things here. So these are royalty in essence, right? These are judges, people of parliament, right, who have these particular wigs. So now it comes back into Africa. So now you see these people out in Zimbabwe with these British wigs. It look all kind of crazy, right? But they still have their hair under it. So it becomes, so now this is the royal wig. So it's interesting that more than likely they wouldn't know the inspiration behind these wigs, right? And you know, we're looking all kinds of crazy with these European wigs, and especially this brother here. So he is the stereotypical African, right? And this brother got a blonde. I don't know what that is. That is something that I would see on a Martin show, you know, with a hustle man wearing like that. I don't know what that is, right? But this brother's out of Kenya, right? But I do want to highlight, however, you know, the stereotypical prognatism, you know, of his jaw that you can see here, which you can also see at this good angle of the Sphinx on the harem Akhet of Kemet. And so there had been some studies which, you know, shows that when you do the Sphinx and you do an analysis of it, it has a particular prognatism that is typical of those quote unquote sub-Saharan Africans that was mentioned in the skull analysis from 2007 that we looked at earlier. And, you know, it's not surprising. Here's another study from around that time titled Population Continuity or Population Change, Formation of the Ancient Egyptian State by Sonia R. Zakruski, right? And in the text, she's, or at least in this section, she's talking about the Badarian. So the Badaria is in Upper Egypt, right? And so the Badarian crania have been characterized by their small and gracile nature and their relatively high degree of facial prognatism. So again, that prognatism is the extent to which your kind of lower jaw extends forward, right? So this is what you see on the Sphinx. The Sphinx is carved to represent an actual person who had this particular facial feature, right? And so so a high degree of facial prognatism. The current study supports this description, being placed low on PC1 and Figure 2 as a result of their short cranial vaults and narrow faces. Furthermore, their phenotypic homogeneity has been demonstrated As a result of their facial prognatism, the Badarian sample has been described as forming a morphological cluster with Nubian, Tigrian, and other southern or quote unquote Negroid groups. Cranial non-metric trait studies have found this group to be similar to other Egyptians, including much later material, yada yada yada. So, again, this when we're actually studying the skulls, we're seeing this variety, in this early period, from pre-dynastic times all throughout, dynastic Egypt. You're finding all these so-called stereotypical, when they're still using these antiquated language of Negroid and, and the like. But they can't get away, from these particular facts. So when you see these particular skin tones, these particular facial features in the artwork, and especially in the wigs, and it belongs to a tradition which still exists today. So even if you see these particular wigs, like you see here on the right hand side in ancient Egypt, that does not mean that the women, were not the people in general were not African people, and they still didn't have their real hair. And so on the screen here you see this East African woman. I forgot the name, but it's in the next slide coming up. You see her wearing this hair, right? But this is a wig, right? And so these are elaborate wigs that you see, just like what they did in ancient Egypt. It's a particular tradition, and you see how it's the long braiding. So when you look at this wig tradition, you see African American women now with their weaves and wigs and long braids. That's ancestral, right? And to an extent you could see this, of course, in ancient Egypt, these particular braid styles, which you find all across Africa. And this is just a more close-up of the particular wig that you saw earlier. So the group is called the Mbukushu people of Botswana and Namibia, kind of close to where my ancestry on the maternal side is from, right? And so you can see the details, and the beads and the like. And it, this style almost looks like the woman that we saw earlier, in Libya, right? In terms of their hairstyle. So you see in this tradition, coming all the way from North Africa all the way to Southeastern Africa, right? And even when you look at, I didn't know this, until relatively recent. I always thought that this was their hair, but these are headdresses that you would see on these particular sisters. So you could see that they're painted, they're already copper and brown skin themselves, but they paint themselves red as well. But these are actually wigs, from the Himba people. So that when we saw the Himba boy earlier with that particular unique hairstyle, this identity. If you see anyone with this particularly them, this isn't something that is all across Africa. This particular style is unique to them, right? So they have their own hair and under there, and they create these elaborate crowns or wigs. We would, if this was an ancient Egypt, we're talking about this is the crown. Let's be the red crown because it's all red, right? These are hairstyle. These are wigs, and you would even find them in the early ancient work. So you can see this tall sister, and with the stereotypical lips and nose and this particular wood carving, but you see this long single braid with this big old disc or puff right here. You see it represented in stone artwork. And when you see, for example, this particular is labeled as the acrobatic dancers in 2500 BC, BCE, in Mehu and the Saqqara in the northern part, they even adopted the particular hairstyle. So it's only when you're able to see them kind of close that you know that it's the same. So in this one, they're rocking two, each. In this earlier one, they're only rocking one. So at one time, they may have just only made one, or just tied it on and just made one big puff. But now you see it with multiple puffs in the modern form, with this particular system, right? And so, of course, we always been in these debates about these African hairstyles, and Chief X is the main one that wants to argue that these are crowns, that these are wigs. It's like, no, they represent hairstyles, right? Hairstyles, like what hat got sideburns? Show me an ancient Egyptian artifact of a hat with sideburns, with the markings in. And you can see in Africa they still, do their hair in this particular way. So this is why you got to go beyond lookership and delve deep into the cultures, right? When you see these layered hairstyles like this, these are actual hair that is being represented here, right? So ancient Egyptian man and the Igbo man, and we got into it with Chief X about this particular thing. And so, this particular carving was unfinished, right? So again, what crown has sideburns. So we can see here in this one that the grooves for the hairstyle go all the way into the sideburns, but in here it's unfinished. They didn't finish here. And so and even Brother Garfield trying to get into this conversation. Again, the citation from the book for which I got it from, it clearly states his hair. Menkera wears a ceremonial royal beard, that's this right here, and has a uraeus at the forehead. The cobra's head, which has been reattached, juts out from the surface of the stone, but its open hood is carved almost flat against the king's hair, right? Without any delineation of the reptile's body down the center of the hood, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It keeps saying the piece is unusual because it represents Menkera with short cropped hair instead of a crown or a Nemes headcloth. The hair is indicated by the irregular striations that do not extend to the sideburns and have not been completed at the back of the skull, because this particular thing was unfinished. But these are the striations here. This represents hair. When they would want to represent hair, they would put these kind of little grooves along the side. You could see, a different style here on the beard as well. You see it in this particular representation of this particular statue here. Again, these are actual hairstyles you find in Africa, because the royal hairstyles come from sub-Saharan Africa. And even when you look at this particular representation here of this sister, look, pay attention to the lips, pay attention to the facial features, but outside of that, look at the markings. So this is clearly, a type of braid, right? And you can't say that this is a hat or it's a Nemes cloth, because it extends into the hair and falls into the groove like this. This is what you see. And so although, so you see, like on the front here on this woman, this is from Angola. So on the sides here, you see the braiding that they go from left to right in the front. So this is not extending all the way to the back. So she got a new, I don't know what kind of hairstyle, what you would call this in whatever Angolan language, but pay attention to the grooves and the markings here on the side. Right, it matches what you see here. So you got to know African cultures. You got to know where to look, right? And so here's another one, brothers, from the the kingdom in the 6th dynasty. You see the same hairstyles. So this is You know, this is clearly a brother by all standards. How you doing? And this is Pepe Aunt Kim. You know, it's two representations of him. You know, you see him when he's young with his fro, and you see him a little older, you know, with the twist in his hairstyle and the like. Clearly your brother, right? Sixth dynasty. So you see the Nubians paying tribute in this particular scene. You see the same type of hairstyle, right? What you're seeing here, they're depicting accurately. So notice that, again, Africans come in a wide variety of hairstyles. So, I mean, excuse me, of phenotypes. And you can see that there's a kind of a juxtaposition of a kind of a darkish reddish in between a rich black, right? And but this rich black that you see of these quote unquote Nubians, because there's no real such thing as a Nubian, but we'll use that term for today. You find in Africa. So with this representation, you see how extra and really dark it is, because it's representative of this particular group. You can tell by the forehead and the hairstyle here that these are Dinka, more specifically. They're wearing the leopard skin or the cheetah skin, you know, garments of they are cattle herders. You see them, you know, here. You don't see the earrings because these two brothers aren't wearing earrings. But again, look at the body type. This is what you see when you see Egyptian males representing themselves. They're represented in this particular body style, right? And it's interesting that the Remech, you know, human being, man, humankind, person, the same word is found amongst this group. So among the Dinka specifically, it's Ran, man, but in their sister group, the Nuer is Ram, person, human, individual, right? So it's these folks that you see that is represented as the Remech in the tomb of Ramesses III. So there's two separate representations of the same people. So there's the Nehesi, which is on another wall, but these are the Remech. This is the Ret, you know, seated man, and then a seated bearded man, a natroglyph with the plural strokes here. This is Remech, you know, the humans, the Egyptians, right? And it's reinforced in this where I have the little circle. Y'all probably have to look closely and do a full screen to see the same word here, Remech, right here in here. And one day I'm just going to just transcribe this whole thing so people can actually read what it actually says in this tomb. And I've been to this tomb several times, and so this tomb exists. But notice how richly dark they are. But you can tell by the hairstyle, their color, and their dress that these are in fact Nubian people, right? And so you can see the richness in the darkness of this particular skin tone. The hair lets you know, because again, hair, body art, you know, dress, all of that indicates people, specific people, right? And so you see that, you know, these are in contrast. These Dinka folks and Nuer folks are contrasted to, you know, going back, for example, you know, like this sister here, all African. So this has a reddish tone, even though she is enhanced by the actual red ochre, you know, but this is close to her actual skin tone that you would see of these folks. But they contrast deeply. So you can see that they are still Black African people, but more along the copperish color than when you see these individuals who are of a darker hue. So this, you know, is like on the edge at the beginning of the rich darkness compared to this brother here who is on that extreme. And you find people in Senegal of this color, right? And so again, you see these that same type of layered hairstyle all the way in West Africa. This is the Yoruba on the left here, and you know, they have the distinct markings on their cheek because they get scarification. You can see the scarification in this Saqqara tomb of Horemheb. So you look at the hairstyle and then you look at the scars, all of this, the scar markings and forehead markings. So while theirs is vertical here, the Yoruba's is, the Yoruba's is vertical while theirs is horizontal, right? And you can still find people in the Sudan who still have these horizontal, markings on their head, right? It's just a different, a different statue, but showing the same hairstyle. This one doesn't have the cheek scarification, however, right? And so, you see this woman is a bronze statue of Takushit from Bubastis, Egypt. And, notice the hairstyle. And then you look at this bust that was done. I'm not sure if the artist was an African, but the model, the person who they were looking at, was a Congo woman. And so they created this bust here, and this was from 1910. So you can still see in 1910 in Congo, they're still wearing the same type of hairstyle in ancient Kemet. And you don't find representations of hair and stuff like this in the Middle East or in Europe or in Asia, right? And so, you see the Hamar woman. These are real life braids. You could tell who the people were that were in there, in the country at the time. So this is in Omo Valley, Ethiopia, these ladies here. And so again, you that contrast of Nubians and the various different colors, because these are all quote unquote Nubians. These are the Afar who were in ancient Egypt. You see the particular style of the layering here. Real hairstyles, real life. They're all from the same ethnic group, but different hairstyles, right? Now this person would have fit on the right hand side, real well in the early 90s in California, because I guess pimp culture, coming out of the 70s or whatnot, they used to get their hair perm, like when Snoop Dogg got his hair perm and all that, so he would have fit in the gangster culture there. But again, real life, when you look at the monuments, they're representing real life. So we already seen the hairstyle, and these are fat cones, sometimes butter cones on the top of the heads of the people that you see in Egypt. Still in East Africa to this day, you see these representations of living. This is a living tradition, right? You see in Egypt and you see in Eastern Africa, right? And so when you look at these busts with these particular African hairstyles, and they're wearing these little things on the top of their head, right? These are representative of actual African people, who this is what they live every day, right? And so we gotta take this serious and document this in the world right now. Imagine trying to put these cones of fat and butter on hair like this. Right now, this is modern, right? So I'm not trying to say that European folks or folks that look like these wore their hair just like this in ancient times, but it's the quality, it's the texture of the hair that allow for certain styles. You would not be able to get those styles without some modern kind of mousse and some kind of really elaborate scheme, to get the hairstyles that you see here and to be able to do with them what you see here, right? You're just not getting that. So here's another brother from Ethiopia with the particular butter on the head, and there's various reasons for each culture. I know the collagen do it too, but theirs is more exclusive to a kind of what is it, in puberty rites, like during circumcision and the like. Dr. Kipkowicz Sambu talks about it in his text, right? So here's another ancient Egyptian, painting, and you can see, these Egyptian men, herding cattle, and they are a very, dark brown hue, but you notice they all have, they're not wearing, their hair is not black, it's white. Why is this? Why is these rich dark brothers who are herding cattle in Egypt wearing these white afros? Because there's a group of folks that we mentioned that we keep coming across, the Afar, who live in between Sudan and Ethiopia, of the same hue, who put this fat or oil in their hair, and it turns their afros white. So again, when you're looking at the representations on the wall, they are accurate depictions of real life people, real life hairstyles, real life groups. And so you see this representation of Lady Karaduank. This is the mother of Imhotep, who probably was of Hamar descent. That's speculation, so don't repeat that as fact. I'm just saying. She's looking like, and she's wearing the hairstyles of the women of Hamar, right? Of course, we already know the leopard and cheetah skin is just all over Africa. There's no escaping that. To the extent that this brother just painted himself, as a leopard, and he's from Nuba. The group, the Nuba, in southern, I guess, which is now South Sudan. When you look at these particular collars, you find them all across Africa, in Western Africa, and especially in Southern Africa. As you can see, this is Nkosi Ahumusi Mose and his wife over here, and Nkosi King Mandla Mandela and his wife over here, coming from Southern Africa, right? And you see, again, this is a Kwit collar. This is an El Molo tribal collar. I forgot where they're located specifically. Collagen again, and collagen again. So collagen, she's probably related to the collagen people. So collagen people are people who originated in Egypt and who migrated through Sudan. Some still live in Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, and western parts of Ethiopia. You'll find remnants of them, right? And so when you're looking at these particular features, for example, this is Akhenaten, two different busts of him. They have these strong African characteristics. This is, I believe, a Maasai brother right here. But however, when I was in Egypt last, there was a light-skinned Egyptian who looked just like Akhenaten. I couldn't even front. I was like, man, I wanted to take a picture. But I'm just not that dude. Be like, can I just take your picture? I want to show it to the world. So just because, doesn't necessarily mean he had dark skin, like this brother here, because you can find these features with light-skinned folks. So you have to be, open and honest about that. But the way that his features are shown here shows us that, he was an African or had African ancestry. This is just a, kind of contrast. Hairstyle and skin styles. Again, those wigs you see and the like is representative of actual hair of actual African sisters are wearing. As you can see here, these are clearly sisters. This is the tomb of Nebamun, 1315 BCE. This is an Astrakhan depicting of Egyptian dancer. Dar el Medina, New Kingdom, 19 to 20th dynasties. And what's interesting is this particular dance that they're doing. So you can see that she's leaning all the way to the floor. She does not have a top on, and just a kind of a tunic and skirt. And you can see this even in this image of a woman here. This is clearly a woman. She has small breasts, but it's just a little skirt here, topless, leaning all the way back. But there's It's also acrobatic with some other gentleman or something here, right? Similarities here. So this, we need more details about this, but you can see it's kind of hard to see in this image here. Kind of the same thing as what you saw up here. But these dances that you see here, these are very unique, and you can clearly see that these kind of early forms of the East African shoulder dances. So one thing about Southern Africa and Western Africa, in terms of the dances and the rhythms that come from those people, it the dances are very leg and hip heavy, right? When those drums start hitting, you're going to see sisters and the waist aligning, and the hips and the bottoms are moving. But in Eastern Africa, there's just this high, concentration on the shoulders, right? And regardless of where you go in Africa, they're gonna be doing shoulder and hip dances, but the extremities, are east and west. And on the east, if you've ever seen any Ethiopian women dances, these are shoulders, but you see the kind of lean. But what's more specific is you can tell in this particular relief in the tomb of Keruef is that there's the lady is not only doing a shoulder dance, but she's making the hair lean and sway. Like the hair is part of the emphasis of the dance. And here's another representation, kind of a bigger thing. So now she's kind of leaning to the ground here. But this is something that you can see even in, for example, Ethiopia today. So this is it's a video I'm gonna play, and it's of a lady from the Oromo people, right? So you can see the similarities in the dance. It's not even in terms of her head hitting the ground like in that other pose. What you can see is the lowering the hands towards the hips and the swinging and the swaying of the hair. And so all the sisters, I better see y'all doing this dance. If I catch y'all in the club, if y'all ain't doing it, we ain't friends no more. I'm just letting y'all know off the bat, right? And it's interesting their name. So the word Oromo is cognate with the word Remech. And we mentioned the word Remech earlier. So in Coptic, it's Rome, man, husband. In Chiluba Bantu, we say Lume or Luma, male, masculine, Mulume, husband, man, Chilume, sperm, right? And so you find this term all over Africa. And the very name Oromo is the word for person and people in their language. So they're just named the people, just like in ancient Egypt, the Rome, the Remech, right? And the Nuer is Ram, Dinka Ran, Dinka Lan, and the Beja they say Raba. The M becomes B. In Bantu here, Mulume, Num, Lome, and Lumi, Moome, the Om. And when you get over here to in Burkina Faso, they say Nomo. So when you hear in the Dogon, the Nomo, the word Nomo itself means human being, but Nomo also is a word for water. They're not the same word, they're just homonyms. And this is what inspired the story of the so-called human beings coming from the Nomo fish, because there's a word Nomo that also means fish, and there's a word Nomo that means water. So it's in the same kind of spirit for which the Egyptians, came from the tears of Ra. The word for tears in ancient Egyptian is Remiyet. And of course, the word Remet is the word for person, man, human being, husband. And so, that same kind of paronymy has played out in both those particular traditions. And Sango is simply Lo. And so everywhere you go in Africa, you find the Remet. But I said I wasn't going to do too much linguistic stuff today, so I'm going to hold it down. So I remember I mentioned Dr. Kipkoech Sambu. This is his PhD dissertation in Egyptology, Isis and Isis, Eastern Africa's collagen people and their pharaonic origin, legend, and comparative study. And I interviewed him on my channel before, so you can go see that interview. But he split up his PhD dissertation, and he created these two books. The College of Egypt Revisited was Isis, Isis, and the Masiri legend explored in linguistic inquiry into the collagen people's oral tradition of ancient Egyptian origin, right? And you can kind of see this is a Nandi or Kikuyu. Some of the collagen, like most people, they'll settle in the area. Either they dominate or they become assimilated into the group. So you can find some of them have been assimilated among the Kikuyu people, but they still, keep their traditions, and especially their hairstyles and their elaborate, ponytails, which you see in this King Tut mask here, hidden under the Nimbus crown, right? And you see this here, and this is a Kikuyu here, and but you can tell they're related and have been interacting with, for example, Maasai, because they wear their hairstyle. The collagen people say that they came from a place called To, which and other evidence shows that they came from Jedu in the northern part in so-called Lower Egypt. And one of their original names, collagen, is a modern name, but one of their original names was Sabini, which you find in the ancient Egyptian, or the Sibei, which you find in the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs regarding to the military, because the collagen were a military clan, right? This is Dr. Modupe Oduyoye, and in a number of his books, but more specifically, The Sons of the Gods and the Daughters of Men, he demonstrates and shows how, like, the Fulani have been traveling in West and Central Africa, up in North Africa, through Egypt, into the Middle East, going this, and they were known by different names over time and settling in different areas. So it's the same name, it's just pronounced differently. So you have the Aparu, it's the same root where you get the word Hebrew from in Egypt, the Aparu. Then there's Fula, Pulo, Fulbe, Abore, Bororo, aka Afar in this region over here, right? It's the same group of people who have been settling and mixing with these various groups, throughout history. And, here's a Wudabi Fulani representation here. And, that Set was the deity of the pastoralists and the like. And what I want y'all to pay attention to is the Was scepter here. So you see many different deities and kings will will hold the Was scepter. But this is unique because you see the representation of Set here. This is the so-called Set animal mask that you're seeing here. And it's also on the actual Was scepter. So we know that the Was scepter originates with the clan that was associated with Seth originally, right? And so you see early representations of the Was scepter in early cave art in Egypt. So this is a Wadi Kash, an Upper Egyptian with ruler with red crown. This is around 4000 BCE that you see this kind of representation here, right? And so this is about 6,000 to 7,000 years ago. So again, that's 5,000 to 4,000, or I should say 6,000 to around 5,000 BP in terms of cargo tal rendering. And that's this representation that you see here. So let me back up and clarify. So this image is a facsimile for Upper Egypt here, and then given around 4000 BCE. But this rendering here is of the is a bit older, going 6,000 years to 7,000 years ago. So that's again 5,000 to 4,000 BCE. Right here, as you see these representations, but pay attention again. So you have the wasp scepter here, and then you have this kind of hook scepter that you see right here for what the kings are wearing. So this is pre-dynastic, pre-ancient Egyptian. So here's another tomb representation in from 3500 BCE in the Hierakonpolis, which is Nekhen, tomb 100. You can see again the kind of hook, the wasp scepter. You can see the two pitchfork things here. So these are very old pastoralist symbols that you find in and around Egypt. And another author is Dr. Abubakar Musalam, who is like the predecessor of Sheikh Anta Diop, who was the head of the Egyptology department at Sheikh Anta Diop University in Senegal. And this is his text, The Pass of the Niles, the relations between ancient Egypt and Black Africa. That's his text here. And this one is what the royal affairs of the royal mummies, or the affairs of the royal mummies, the truth of the reign of Ames Nefertari, right? And so I'm just translating from French into English. And so this is, one of his nominal works, Egyptian origin of the Pools or the Fulani. And so remember, going back to Dr. Modupe Oduyoye, who's arguing this is the pattern of these people, throughout the ages, and includes the Fulani. And so Dr. Abubakar Musalam takes it a step further and says, they originate in Egypt. But it's kind of hard to argue where they originate, but the Fulani were in Egypt. And this is important, especially for those who be trying to talk about the West Africans have no link to ancient Egypt. But a lot of y'all running around here with Fulani ancestry, right? So, some more Fulani out in Libya, right? This is an ancient Egyptian mask of a Libyan, and more than likely this person was a Fulani heritage. This is a Wudabi woman, kind of from the same area. A facsimile, some of the so-called Tamahu, the so-called, if you listen to Brother Jabari, the whites, the Tamahu, they weren't whites. But I wanted to, stress this. Abubakar Musalam in one of his other texts and his PhD dissertation, highlighted this. So on the far left is the ancient Egyptian staff. So we saw in those early rock art, you see the Seth head with the hook at the bottom. So these are actual artifacts that were found in Egypt of these staffs. So now you go to B. This is a picture of an artifact from the early 1900s from the Fulani in Senegal. But then you go to this right here. If I wouldn't have had this information on the right here, you would swear up and down that these came from Egypt, but they come from Ghana. So they're from the Nanakana of Ghana, and they're currently held in the museum in Dakar, in Senegal. where he took these photos for his text, right? But these clearly have the Seth head, at the top of the staff. Now, this is probably my only linguistic study for today. The wasp scepter that you can see the hieroglyph here, it is cognate with the word ashe, meaning scepter. And here's the linguistic proof of of these particular words. And there's two dialect variations of the concept of the wasp scepter, because there's a wisiru, staffs, rods, and isiru, a scepter of tamarisk wood. So there was two dialects, one where the nasalized volar trio preceded the sibilant, the S sound here, and where the R sound here in dialect one, comes after the S sound, right? But all meaning the same thing. So in Yoruba is, you would say ashe, in terms of dominion, power, powerful, strong. You say ashe. That's what we say ashe at the end of damn near everything in the conscious community. But ashe also means scepter, just in the same way that was means scepter and prosperity and fortune. All that has its cognizance among the Yoruba people. So, but what I want to show here, this is a different group than Kanakana of Ghana mentioned earlier. This is the Talensi people of upper eastern region of Ghana. So this is a still shot, but this is a video. So you can see right off the bat that this person here is holding one of those staffs, and you can see one in the back right here, and you can see a different one of the in a hook form. Like they're still holding these particular staffs to the day. So we saw previously that this is found in Ghana, and this is from the early 1900s. So this wasn't Egyptologists who dropped these off in the middle of Ghana. This is part of their heritage and the artifacts, right? So you can see it here. So let's play the video. I'm not going to play the whole video, but you can see all of the royal emblems of ancient Egypt that these particular people are holding, from the horsehair tail, to the wasp scepter of power and authority, here, and some other emblems for those who are familiar with ancient Kemet should recognize. And so here's another video from the same people, but they got a little bit more elaborate with the staff, so you can watch it. One thing is for sure is that I'm going to sample that, and I'm making a beat out of that mug. But what I want y'all to pay attention to is the fact that when they were dancing as well, you should hear this kind of bells, this kind of bell type sounds, because they have these kind of bells or instruments or tambourine-ish type of metal objects that are attached to their foot, when they are stomping, which you hear there. And So, I came across this video when it's just on my For You page on Facebook. So I'm a member of a number of different African groups, group pages, right? So this particular video that we saw earlier, it had a comment. So this is just a screenshot of my page as I was browsing that day, and so I cut out all the other stuff and I just blew up this particular part. So there's an individual by the name of Achuliel, Akuiel, I don't know how you pronounce that, Jock, right? He says, "Wow, they dance exactly like the Nuba of Toroji in Sudan. Everything, including the sticks that they are holding, hint, hint. Mama Africa is indeed one people everywhere in the continent and the diaspora." So this is just a comment that the person is making, watching the video. Then if you go under this particular comment, there's a sister here, Gata John, who says or replies back to Chuil at the top here. He says, "That's what I was going to write. They dance exactly like the Nuba. Wow, we are," and basically she was saying we are one. So this is a screenshot. This is an actual scrolling here. So I went and looked up these Nuba people. So I'm familiar with the Nuba people, but I was trying to find that particular dance that they were doing, and I couldn't find a video, at least on YouTube, that is, of the Nuba people doing the exact same dance, but you find the same staff. So now I'm gonna show you video that I was able to find on YouTube, of the Nuba people, in from the southern part of Sudan. So let's look. So you can, I don't know how well you can see, but you can see the same staffs, just as the other two people had pointed out. You can see the wasp staff hook here. And if you pay attention, you can see on their legs that they have those same type of bells and instruments on their legs as their dances. It's a different rhythm, because again, that particular dance that you saw the people dancing to in Ghana is different than what I'm playing here right now. But you can see the same instruments and the same the same staves or sticks, along with the same instruments on their feet. So I hope y'all were able to see the stats. I tried my best to kind of circle around. If you saw my mouse, it may not show up actually on your screen, or it may not. But here's another video, same dance, but you'll see kind of the same thing here. Same people, the Nuba people in Southern Sudan. If you can, and hopefully you can see more clearly the bells or whatever, the shakers on their feet, right? And you were able to see some of the staves, but see here they go. You see the shakers on the feet and the bells or whatnot. Now, remember when those two people responded, when they saw the staves and they saw the shakers or whatnot on the feet, they automatically knew that, you know, that is similar to what we saw to a specific people in the Sudan. Because I keep trying to tell y'all that, you know, these things identify people. And so you know, like for example, this is a throw stick, a Nuba throw stick. So I'm not talking about Nubians in the sense that you would read in the Egyptological literature. There's an actual people called Nuba in the southern, the southernmost part of Sudan, right? So these people wouldn't even been in the area called Nubia by Egyptologists. So this is further down. This is further south. However, you know, this is a Nuba throw stick. This is an actual artifact right here that you see on the left. This was acquired in 1936. But you know, this is the among the Kordofan, among the Nuba Hills, is with the detailed state. Now, for those familiar with the hieroglyphic script, you know, this became a hieroglyph in the ancient Egyptian records, and it became the actual sign for foreigners. Right. So when you see this word, you know, Kaseti, foreigner, desert dweller, as it is defined in the Egyptological literature, you know, it has this particular throw stick. That's what this is, right? This is the throw stick. And so you can see the living tradition, you know, still to this date in so, you know, that's probably why it was designated initially as a foreigner, because these, you know, people, either the Nuba or people related to them, used to walk around and carry these things. And I think these were, you know, also used for hunting or something to this nature. But because it was distinguished from the people that, you know, these other Africans from the northern part of Sudan who started ancient Egyptian, you know, pharaonic culture in the state or whatnot, that it was foreign to them, the people that's way beyond, you know, down further into southern Africa. So, you know, this is something worthy of further investigation in itself. And what time is it? How long have I been? Yeah, I've only been going 3 hours. So I'll end with this final thing here. And so, you know, this is a relief from King Tut's, you know, tomb, the Eastern Wall. And this is his funeral, you know, and this is King Tut here. And this is him in Osiris mummy form, you know, after being found Makheru, right? And, you know, so you see this headband, you know, on the woman here, right? And, you know, you also see this headband on the people that are carrying the deceased, you know, Tutak Amen in Osirian form here. And, you know, this ritual is still kind of carried out today as far south as Zimbabwe. So, you know, what you're about to see here is just clips from a funeral of Herbert Chitopo from 1981, right? And, you know, you can see, you know, his soldiers, you know, carrying the the coffin, in a kind of modern form, in a modern way. But then it's the members of the family who are walking behind or in close proximity with these tied pieces of cloth wrapped around their forehead in the same way that you see, these people here who carry the coffin to its final destination. And so, the word nature, well, there's several words nature in the ancient Egyptian language, but the symbol that y'all may be familiar with had many different forms over time. The original was just simply a representation of a stick with 3 or 2 pieces of strips of cloth that were hanging from the top. And then in later years, it became a stick wrapped in the so-called mummy cloth and the flag, as you can see here. Right. And so here's some early pot marks with the Netcher sign, on the pots. And so, here's the word Netcher, meaning garment and material. And this is Sa Netter, meaning linen. And this word Sa, which should be Sadziha, or something close to that, deceased nobility, and then bind with bandages or mummify, right? So, the association between the word for cloth and white linen with the word netcher, meaning divine, is a result of paronymy, which you've heard me speak about. And so the cognate for this term in the Yoruba language is tala, or muslin, calico, or white cloth. And there's a word ala, meaning white. And it's, there's a mistake in, people's folk etymology when they interpret the word or the name Obatala as meaning, king of the white cloth, but it just really means exalted king. But because there's a word in the language Tala that means white cloth, that's how they've interpreted it, because they don't really use the word Tala, meaning exalted, anymore. And so here's a 3D computerized representation of the early tombs, not tombs, temples, with the Netcher flag, represented at the top. But the text in my 2020 text, Illusion Volume 2, I talked about how this concept of the cloth, the white cloth hanging on top of a pole, is noted in several places across West Central Africa and Southeastern Africa, in relationship to divinity and priesthood, just like you see in ancient Kemet, right? And so this is Dr. Modupe Oduyoye again. And so this is a text, traditional religion in West Africa. And in this one article on page 66, when talking about the Babalawo in Yoruba land, right? He says, they were pastors, talking about the Babalawos, advisors and consultants. So he's describing, what they were into the community. They hardly preached. The closest to their function in the work of the ministers of the church is in pastoral counseling, in one-to-one confidential situations. And yet from this base of privacy of Awo, their reputation was noised abroad. And Awo means kind of mystery. So when you say Babalawo, is saying the father of mysteries, right? Their reputation was noised abroad by word of mouth, and worried people traveled to consult them. Over their dwellings, they hoisted a white cloth on a pole. That white cloth is the Babalawo's symbolic way of announcing, here you may ask of God. And wherever in Yoruba land, in Igbo land, or in Dahomey, one sees that the white cloth fluttering atop a pole, one knows wordlessly that there dwells a wise man, a medicine man, perhaps also a magician, invariably a man of God. In other words, a man of Netter. When you see a pole with a white flag at the top in these three particular respective nations, Yoruba land, Igbo land, and Dahomey, therefore Benin. So there's a different article, because this book here is an edited work, so each chapter is written by a different author. And so in another chapter by a different author on page 196, when they talk about the Osagbaye in Benin, it's talking about at the worship of Osogbaye, which is the one rare clear instance of the worship of the Supreme Being, a pole is dug into the ground with sand piled up around it. But it placed a coconut rubbed with a mixture of orge or hoque, which is a white chalk, and a separate piece of orge, a white piece of cloth, is tied to the top of the pole. It is not only to the supreme God that the white chalk is offered, but the white chalk is offered to all deities. It is also used in ritual worship to Urhe, or Urha, which is the ancestors, right? So again, in that same strip, the association of the planted pole and white cloth has to deal with deity, priesthood, and just like what you see in ancient Kemet. And so this is interesting, and I don't have it. It's probably further down. I didn't add it all the way up. I won't do that. But the well, I do want to read this, because when it's there's a book called Nigerian Prehistory and Archaeology, and Graham Connor makes a statement that it does seem that at least in part the Yoruba did have some sort of Sudanic origin and were not originally all forest zone dwellers. Thus, the modern Yoruba are very likely a composite product resulting from the intermixing of people already in the forest with others emanating from the Sudanic zone. And so, I won't get into these other slides, but I want to go back, to this, because in my Ujima Volume 2, I interviewed a gentleman. He goes by the name of Black Technocrat, but he is of the Moyo tribe and ethnicity of the Kalaranga, or the Karanga people of Zimbabwe. And, he was giving me some insight into the funerary habits of his particular people. And he talks about how when somebody dies in their culture, traditionally, you would know somebody was dead because they would put a pole in front of the homestead with a white cloth hanging from the top of it. So you can see that this same association with ancestors, deities, and whatnot in terms of netter, you find all across Africa. But more importantly, he says when they die, the what they're going to bury the person in is covered in this kind of white cloth, and is cut into strips, along the edges. And so it's put on the coffin or whatnot right before it's about to get buried. Then before the actual burial, the close family members would cut off those strips of cloth and tie it around their head like you see here, and then complete the funerary rites. So this is kind of what you see here. And the word for cloth in in the Kalanga or Karanga language, which is a Bantu language, is inchira, just like netcher, for white linen cloth and just cloth in ancient Egypt. And you might also hear it pronounced as injera, right? So you're seeing the same practice, the same tradition with the same, piece of cloth that is pronounced the same or similarly as what you find in ancient Kemet, you know, uh, in Zimbabwe today, that's been going on for, how many thousand point. And so, I'm going through all of that just to show that, when we're having these conversations about the Africanness of ancient Kemet, there's archaeological, biological, craniometric, linguistic, and cultural anthropological comparative studies that back up that this is a homegrown African indigenous thing. and there's just no way around it. So this is why when the Afrocentrics, start putting on or starts having these conversations with primary resources, the Arabized Russian bots get scared because they know they can't defeat these arguments. And so what they would rather do is just, do a whole smear campaign and try to prevent you from going there and being able to show people for themselves these primary source material, these raw artifacts. Because as the person, stated at the beginning of the conversation, let me just go back to that slide, right? That for him, the effectiveness of this conference, because this organization represents a threat to the Egyptian identity and North Africa as a whole. Because when African-centered scholars come into the scene, you can no longer, make these claims that these folks who look like this and look like this and look like where is he? Gonna go back to Zahi Hawass, right? And look like this are the true representatives of the ancient Egyptians themselves. And so I just want to, thank y'all for listening for 3+ hours. And I'll actually do some Q&A. And so, but I need to use the restroom real quick. So I'm going to come back. I'm just going to put some music on, and then, we'll do a second part. So I'll kind of go through the, the comments. So just give it about 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. And so this is the Q&A part of the discussion. So I'm just going to just scroll up a little bit because we've been on for 3 hours and 43 minutes. So I'm not sure, how many of y'all have been here since the beginning, but so, let me see. And if y'all want to join the panel, let me invite everyone in. So let me make a copy. And so if you want to join the panel, click link. So, bam. So the link has been added, and then I'm going to wait probably like 3 or 4 minutes, and I'm going to pin it to the top. So let me see what I can. Let me stop sharing that for a moment. Let me see. Let me see. Let's see. Zugichi, peace and blessings to Zugichi. He says, enjoy. White flag. Is that in Wolof? Let me know. And I see you, Trey Day, and I'm gonna add you in just a second. And Tiarka, when you look at the treaty and you look at where the kingdom of Makuria is located, these were Nubian Ta-Nehisi. Yeah, I see y'all having I would have to see y'all discussion from the beginning. Indigenous African, yes, that's true. Some use a red cloth. We tie into the home where the people gather for the deceased. So, peace and blessings to Indigenous African. He said, yes, the word is jira cloth. All right, and Obeama says injera is a flatbread meal in Ethiopia. No, that's a similar name, but yes, there is an injera flatbread in Ethiopia. So let me. He says, can we have another debate with some Egyptians who deny it? Why not make them look stupid in person? They avoid it. We tried, but you don't want to have a conversation with just an ordinary person because the lay person, and that's in any society, they're not going to know the details of their history and culture to the way that somebody who was trained in a profession where that is their concern. So we would need to have some particular scholars. Zahi Was is going to run, so don't even bring up his name. Indigenous African says, look up the word for man in Karanga or Shona. That'll be the shocker. I'm going to have to do that. And peace and blessings, Sister Kevin on mine. I saw earlier that you came in late, but it's all good. And you're in Cali, so what's 12? It's been like 9 or 10 in the morning or something like that for y'all when it started. So eternal high frequency. And I've seen all the other people who are joining. I'm gonna bring you all in just a second. Appreciate you listening. And DBZ Feats, if I'm saying that correctly, asks, where is the state of Afrocentric studies in 50 to 100 years? What do you think society will learn? That's kind of a hard thing to say. Hopefully it become more rigorous, and hopefully, in 50 to 100 years, it is part of the standard curricula in universities and educational institutions created by the Africans themselves. So that's the goal always. And He said, Furious TV says in Jeddah. Yep, my great grandmother was Kalanga. Exactly. And Musoni says, great presentation as usual. When I saw Ramesu II straight ginger hair at the Cairo Museum, the first question I had was how a 90-year-old would not have gray hair. What are your thoughts on how his hair was? And that's exactly it. You know, that people again use the kind of curly or straightness of the hair to assume that he was a Mediterranean, but that type of hair texture is native to Africa. But it's not to say that, you know, Ramesses II was not of mixed heritage. And so this is what people got to understand, you know, and you gotta say this side of the argument and conversation. So regardless to how, you know, we can demonstrate, you know, ad infinitum in terms of the Africanness and where these original folks came from, the society that they built attracted a number of people from far and wide into Egypt. And so when those people came into Egypt, they settled and they had children. And you know, and you people keep forgetting that the royals had relations and married daughters of foreign people all the time. So their children would be inheritors of political, you know, positions, even to the point of pharaoh. So you may have children that did not exactly look like the grandfather, you know, who was legit heir, you know, to the throne. So you know, and it's interesting because one of my guides in Egypt in 2015, you know, he looked like the statues of Ramesses II, but he would not be considered, you know, a quote unquote black African, a typical Negro in the way that you would fit, but he looked just like the statues, you know. And so, you know, you can't get so hung up on the color conversation that, you know, you would expect every single person either to be of light skin or either to be, you know, dark skin in Egypt at that time. That's just not how it became. Let me see here. Yep. He said, "I'll just give it up." Yep, the word roommate. Yep, that's not surprising. So I'm gonna put that on my list of words for Remech that was in the slide. But now I'm going to bring in the people who decide to come on. So peace and blessings to Trey, peace and blessings to Brother Sekou, and peace and blessings to Sister Mika. Welcome to the and let me get that off for a second so everybody can see. And you can unmute your mics whenever y'all ready.
Hey, peace. Can you hear me?
Peace. I can hear you. I can hear you well.
Good.
Did you have a comment or question?
Say that again?
Do you have a comment or a question?
Yes. Hello, yeah. Great presentation. I got two questions. I mean, if you could answer it, that's fine. If you can't, then ask it anyway. One of my questions is, Reggie have a petition out, right? How do you feel about petitioning to have what's his name, Hawass, the degree taken away?
It's a waste of time.
It's a waste of time.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you've seen it. If you want to read it or whatever, but
I haven't seen the actual petition, but I've seen it going around. It's a waste of time. You know, he already got it. He legitimately earned it, whatever he did. He's still got ties in Egypt. He lives there. You know, so you can take away, and he's been doing it. Zahi Hawass is old. You know, he's already written his works. He's already on all the films you know, when dealing with ancient, you stop nothing. It's just a waste of time. And I have a personal problem with people, concentrating on the figureheads instead of creating their own. When dealing with ancient, you stop nothing. You got the. It's just a waste. Musone, you're gonna have to. Personal problem. Hold on, I'm muting your mic. But when you come on, you're gonna have to turn the volume down of your of whatever you're listening to. Of the YouTube. So it seems like you had the YouTube up as well. So when you come back on, turn the YouTube down and just listen directly to us here. So because I'm getting an echo when you come on. So but welcome to the Mbongi. But yeah, as I was saying to Sister Mika, it's a waste of time when you could be developing your own media. You can be developing your own curricula, putting in the scholarship, creating excavation teams. You can do your own work and build up the solidness of your own institutions and the like. Because they're always, these folks like Bebe's kids. They don't die, they multiply. So you get rid of Zahi Hawass, and then his assistant comes and takes his place, right? And so then you're going to have to spend more money and waste more time trying to get that person gone. At some point, you just got to let people be in terms of their ignorance. And so the more time you waste trying to convince people who are not be convinced, the less you are doing to build up what you need to build, for your group and people. And so, but you said you had a second question?
Yeah, my second question.
Go ahead.
Oh, somebody just called me. My second question is, do you think people are confused in Egypt of what we're saying here in America?
Can you reword it?
Okay, do you think that, they're saying, I had this Pale European that I posted on my page. She's saying that African Americans are bullying them and all kind of craziness.
I can't speak because I can hear you. I can't speak to that specifically. I would have to see what her evidence are, or what her receipts are, regarding that, because you do have some ignorant folks on this side of the waters who be saying some wild and outlandish stuff. But the problem is that what they'll do is they'll take the extreme of us, the Sarah Sutansetis, the Polites, the whoever, right? And try to make them the representative of African-centered scholarship. So the people who are actually analyzing and critiquing the DNA data, doing any kind of excavations, doing the linguistic works, the philological work, etc. They don't try to assault them. But then because again, if you're basing this strictly off of YouTube, you just got all kinds of crazy people on YouTube, and so I wouldn't be surprised. But then again, again on their end, you just have a whole bunch of people who just lie, and they take any kind of disagreement as bullying, because they believe that their default right, and in any time you in opposition of their particular point of view, they think you're trying to harass or steal, and so they aren't even willing to engage a serious conversation. So that's why I say, like, it has to be, if we are going to have this discussion, it has to be with whoever their top-notch Egyptologists are, right? And it has to be in a setting where academic standards are to be expected, in terms of conversation, in terms of evidence, because if you just get a regular mo schmo off the street, you're going to get what we get on Sinetta TV, and not to down our good brother Sinetta, but you know the energy and stuff that happens on there, and that's not what you want. And so so no, I'm not familiar with the particular person who you mentioned, and so I would really have to assess the evidence to see, to the degree that her claims are legit.
One thing that I'm noticing about just my little Twitter podcast and whatnot, Twitter space, is a lot of these Egyptians, when you talk with them, is you're not dealing with anything logical. You're dealing with an extreme nationalism and a combination of that and racism, and there's nothing logical. I mean, they completely ignore everything from the culture, the religion, the language. They don't know shit about that. If you get into that, they'll go mute. They won't respond to that. They tend to take these little homemade genetic tests, these little homemade genetic studies. See, we are North Africans. See, the Egyptians. And it's like, y'all don't even understand that shit, dude. You're trying to take genetics and equate it with phenotype. First of all, dumbass. Phenotype is based on physical anthropology. And when you bring up shit like, okay, the NASA caveman was Negroid, that's been known for over 100 years. That's the oldest skeleton in Egypt. But the DNA says, nigga, that's not going to change his phenotype. It was the prognatism, wide nostrils, and everything. That will never change. And something that I kind of notice people kind of ignore when it comes to ancient Kemet is everybody talks about, there were people there with the thin noses, the Ethiopic type and whatnot. But since the Pliocene in times prior, there's a notable Negroid, so-called Negroid, West African looking phenotype that dominated there. In Jebel Sahaba, that's something that Keita noted. And when you look at Christopher Everett, that's in the Sudan, Northeast Africa. And something that Christopher Everett noted is that the Niger Congo languages, I know you don't believe in that, which I'm just using it just as a reference, just as a reference sense, but that general people originated in the Eastern Sudan around the same time period. And so it's like, people really ignore, all the evidence that places the parent population of modern West, Central, and Southern Africans in North and Northeast Africa. And, the dispersal period was during the dynastic period, towards the end of that. And it's just something that they ignore. But I put a link in the chat, and it's just to kind of emphasize that argument about the Egyptian religion and it being the best evidence, in my opinion, of our people obviously being the Egyptians, and it's a diffusion of specific cultural elements. If you got time, man, check that out, though, man. I appreciate your work, man.
I appreciate you, man, and thank you for coming on. And I see our brother Musonius. I don't know if he's having problems. He keeps coming in and out, and I don't know what happens to brother Zubichi. But if you had a question, you can hit the link and come back on. And so, here's the link if y'all want to come on again. And I'm going to put it, I guess I got to go to YouTube and pin it to the top. So the link is pinned to the top. And we have Kuhani Mwadili. What is it? Mwadi, or is it Mwaji Lifu? He can correct me. Peace and blessings.
What's up, Star?
Thank you for coming up. Peace.
It's Brother Lionel, by the way. This is my new name. I changed my name to an African name.
I see. Comment or question?
Man, I mean, see, this is, I think it's very, in my opinion, like disheartening that the Arab Republic of Egypt is literally going out of their way for black historians to study in Egypt, right? Like it's very disheartening, and it feels like almost there's a certain I don't know, vitriol towards African Americans studying Egypt.
Yep. Because I think it is in part because, you know, African Americans have the loudest voices of African people worldwide. You know, our protests, our revolutions have been legendary. And they know that, you know, once we get out there, because our culture influences the world itself. So they can they it's easy to put two and two together. If they start, you know, normalizing this and bringing this up everywhere again, you know, the concepts, the worldview, and the institutions that they have set up for themselves, you know, will crumble under the weight of the influence of these of us as a people. And so, you know, that's the fear. So every single where you turn, you know, you got to make up a story in terms of what we're claiming. So you again, they take the extreme of us, somebody who may say, for example, that, you know, our ancestors in ancient Egypt, right? You know, they'll take it literally to mean that, you know, these people are arguing that they are the direct descendants of ancient Egyptians. And they wouldn't be wrong, but that's not the context in which the statement was said, you know, because when African Americans are talking about Africans, we're talking about all of Africa, you know, whether it's the Khoisan folks, whether it's the Eritreans, the Tigrinya speakers, whether they are the Kikuyu, the Karanga people, the Igbo, the Zulu, you know, it doesn't matter. They're all ancestral traditions because we are able to recognize. See, we were the first ones to really kind of recognize the commonality between African groups early on, since the, you know, the 1800s. And, you know, when we're looking at our own genetic history, you know, we are a single body now of people whose ancestry reaches all across Africa, you know. And so we have this, you know, Pan-Africanism started over here, you know, and this concept in terms of we are one. This wasn't the case on the ground in Africa. It took a Sheikh to Job to make that argument and to try to help people on the ground in Africa to see their commonalities. It was easy for us to see because we were on the outside. We didn't have personal beefs with anyone, you know, on a continent like that. And so, you know, but because of, you know, that amplification of issues and our ability to change social norms, they don't want that. That's why, you know, you hear these stories about when people from the Caribbean or Africans come, you know, here in the United States. I've heard this story many times and seen many videos of people repeating this, that they're actually conversations of others telling them never to connect with us because their intention is to exploit those people. And if you come, you know, and start hanging with us, then, you know, we had this thing, you know, this crazy notion about freedom, equal rights, you know, all this other kind of stuff. And we don't want to put that silliness in your heads when you come here, when we want to exploit you know. So this is one of the reasons why they had these same conversations with Jamaicans early on in the 1950s, because African Americans, you know, started demanding rights and stuff, and they still wanted this cheap labor. So if they kept African Americans and Caribbean people separate, they wouldn't get in this idea that they needed to get higher wages and the like. And so there's political motives, you know, for all of this. Everything's political. But hold on, I want to get Musoni in before his phone or whatever goes out again. Peace and blessings.
Peace and blessings. It's actually the power cut. We have a special occasion that happens in South Africa. It's called load shedding. Yeah. So yeah.
I see.
Yeah. Great conversation. So two things from me. One is a question, and then the other one, there was a conversation in the previous video where you something about the colored folks, that
Okay.
mixed race people in South Africa. I just wanted to basically break down a bit of that. But my question was, in one of the videos you were showing, you've got the staff that you were talking about.
Uh-huh.
But you also have the feathered sticks, kind of like the sticks with the feathers that the sangomas use and whatnot. Is that related to the crook of the flail directly?
Yeah, it's the flail, what they would call the flail. So in early Egyptological literature, they would look at the flail and think that it has something to do with thrashing wheat. Not knowing African royal symbols. It's just it's either a cow, a zebra, a bull's tail, attached to some kind of stick or whatnot. So it's priests, kings, and just everyday folks, because it's the idea is that it's in essence it's kind of a symbol, a sign, an amulet to keep, for the lack of a better term, bad juju away. Right. In the same way that when you see like a bull or a cow, when they're sweeping their tail, they're trying to get the flies and bugs off. So it becomes an emblem to whack the bad off. As a matter of fact, among the Oromo people, they also, I try to keep it as concise as possible, but it still ended up being 3 hours and something. But the Oromo people also have that wasp staff, and for them, it's a symbolism attached to it as well. So the hook part is to draw in blessings. So like you're going and taking the hook and you're drawing in blessings. But the bottom fork part is to repel, bad juju, evil forces, whatnot. So, the practical ends is that for pastoralists, when they're trying to bring in cattle or something like this, they use the hook part. But when they're trying to get them to move and go or to fight off, any kind of predator or whatnot, those sharp ends, that hook at the bottom becomes, a weapon, and so, unless and of course not you, but I'm just saying for the early Egyptologists, unless you were engaged with African culture, you wouldn't know these things. That's why when they finally started doing it, when E. Wallace Budge, it was like, wait a minute, I'm seeing this stuff everywhere in Africa. It's just part of the African, culture. And then everyone who was serious about ancient Egypt and Africa was able to see those things, and it was unmistakable at them. But you still got folks in these internet streets who believe otherwise. But you wanted to bring some clarity. I forgot my exact statements, but I did mention the colors, or the dynamics of the colors in South Africa. So yes, you being from there, you can explain.
Yeah, it's basically, I think it's important to this discussion because the colors sort of represent the modern mixed population in Egypt. I've seen a lot of guys with who would be classified, who looks like Trevor Noah, for example.
Yes.
He would argue with you that the ancient Egyptians were not black, stuff like that. So basically, so obviously the word colored obviously was imported from the United States. So it was used this side to describe a person that's mixed between white and black. However, it is not consistent as usual, because what actually happened is that the colored person is supposed to look like Trevor Noah mixed, and therefore that comes with the privileges that came with the racial distinctions. But then there was a dilemma where you have indigenous people that are light-skinned like a mixed person, which people, the Khoi, the Khwer, the San, the Kung, that group of people. And they were classed at the lowest among the indigenous groups. And so for them to to elevate to a higher status, they would come out and identify as colored, and because of their light skin, they would automatically qualify to be counted amongst the colored people. So when they moved into the colored communities, the colors would call them Bushman. So that's the African Dutch word for Bushman. So when you go to the black community, the word Bushman, most people, we then call all colored people Bushman. But growing up, I didn't understand until I actually watched a documentary where they explained the difference between the colored and the Bushman. So at first it was the coloreds calling the Khoi people joining them with Bushman, as in you're a Bushman. So we couldn't tell the difference because they're all light skinned and whatnot. So today you basically have a combination of people that are colored. They're not necessarily a biracial person in that aspect, like Trevor Noah in that sense. So now what's actually happening is for in South Africa to actually identify someone, to know if someone is colored, it's a matter of accent, because you've got a lot of guys that, like there's a soccer player, anybody that watches football, a guy called Ben McCarthy. Benny McCarthy, dark-skinned guy, and he doesn't look mixed at all, but because of his surname, his English, and the accent, that's how you tell he's colored. So now according to the future, you have colored people. It's reversed now. They are saying they are not mixed, but they are Khoisan. They are the indigenous people. So they are claiming the land, just like the light-skinned Egyptians. They are saying that they are the indigenous people, and we are immigrants, invaders from West and Central. Yeah.
Yeah, why do people so they try to hit y'all with the old Bantu migration theory from Cameroon to kind of justify that?
The reason for that is currently there is a political move in the country where the indigenous people want to claim the land from the European colonizers, the white people. So there is a political move to expropriate land. I'm sure you've heard the term expropriate land without compensation. So they are saying, but you guys, yes, we came from the Dutch in Europe as invaders, but you guys are also invaders just like us, because y'all came from West Africa and Congo. So hey, who are you to tell us that we stole the land, since you invaded the so-called Khoisan? So that's the whole political, and it looks like we're gonna get to a point where South Africa is gonna be like Egypt 1,000 years from now, where people are asking who are these people.
That's a conversation in of itself. That deserves its own show. Like, what do you do in a situation like that? Because again, when I was in Egypt, we went to, I forgot what tomb, or not, it was a temple, and it's a lake temple, but they actually had representations of who we would call the Mongols, or Chinese, Korean type folks carved in the stone. So like, even at that time, you had people from Eastern Asia, who were traveling west, settling, and at least had their representation. So it's like, when you have all these different groups of people, saying from around the world, who settle in a place, and then it's because like people keep forgetting, like 2,000 years ago, the Romans were in charge of Egypt, right?
Exactly.
So that's 2,000 years ago. So that's not even, so now we not going 2,500, going to 3,000 when it was more indigenous. So imagine, like, people don't understand what 2,000 years. Look at African Americans now. We've only been here 400 years. And the only reason why we still have such a dark population is because the laws that existed that kept us you know, from interacting and mingling with the Europeans who came here. But had no rules been like that, and it was just a free for all, and everybody was just, you know, willingly just sleeping with each other, we would look totally different, you know, than we do
Exactly.
now, you know.
Yeah.
And multiply that times 2,000 years in a confluent zone, right? And
Yeah.
so, you know, that's
Yeah.
why the arguments for Egypt have to be different, because it can't just simply be that the ancient Egyptians were black, or the ancient
Yeah.
Egyptians were pale skinned Mediterranean folks. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
we know the process. You have to talk about Egypt in stages. You have to talk about culture, migrations, back migrations out of, you know, all these different things that happen in this context, you know, to get a more accurate picture. And that's just something that, you know, people on both sides don't seem to want to be honest with. And
Yeah.
so that's why I
Yeah.
stick with the fundamentally the culture question, because, you know, if we start putting together a cluster model,
Yeah.
right? Like, I don't know
Yeah.
if you ever seen, you know, like any kind of genetic data, and it, you know, they have these little spot cluster, you know, statistics, and, you
Yeah.
know, these particular features cluster with these groups, you know. So when you start adding, you know, and kind of quantifying these particular, like, where's Ma'at in Africa? Like, if I
Yeah.
show that Remech, where's the word Remech all in Africa, you know, in
Yeah.
terms of human being? And so if we put all this up in, and so when we add up all of these characteristics and features of the ancient Egypt itself, who does it ultimately cluster with? You know,
Yeah.
these folks. So we're talking about the overall culture. So when Egyptians, modern Egyptians, try to say that we're trying to steal their culture, how? It's our culture. You know, is that everything you're wearing our leopard skins, you're
Yeah.
wearing, you know, our jewelry, you're wearing our hairstyles, you're using our terms, you're worshiping our deities. They're over here, they're over here, they're over here. It's if let's just take your concept and say it's real, that y'all are basically white folks and y'all had nothing to do with us, right?
Yeah.
So how did
Yeah.
you get our culture up there? Why are you
Exactly.
wearing our royal Nubian hairstyles as royal styles? You know, like, how does that happen? How are you using our terms for king? What is your indigenous non-African word for deity? That word neter is all around Africa. Where is that in the Semitic languages? Where is that in Indo-European? Where is that in
Exactly.
Asian languages and Dravidian?
Yeah. Yeah.
You
When
know,
you
like,
when you
basically, like, you flip it.
yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I wanted to add that when you say that, you remind me in varsity, I was hanging out with these two colored guys in the cafeteria, and
Uh-huh.
they were basically having their own conversation, two of them, about something for that moment. And the guy was pissed off. He's like, "My black ass," and I looked at him, and I'm like, "I thought you guys were not black." But yeah, in
Yeah.
defense of some of the colored people, uh, due to the Black consciousness movement via Steve Biko, having been a scholar, spreading the Black consciousness movement, obviously from the diaspora, there's been
Mhm.
a large number of colored people that have followed that movement and identify as Black, and so on. And obviously,
Mhm.
when a colored leaves the country and they move to the States or wherever, they're not going to call themselves colored because they know they're going to be embarrassed.
Yeah.
So automatically say, I'm Black.
I'm black. Yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted to add a bit of that, and obviously, their heritage is also very complicated because they have origins in Cape Verde, because the Dutch people couldn't enslave the locals,
Yeah.
having tried to fight the locals, and they just couldn't subdue us. So they traveled as far as Madagascar and the Cape Verde,
Mhm.
and that's why we have the Indian population. They went to India to get slaves and whatnot. Yeah. So
Yep.
yeah.
And that's
So
how you get
hopefully,
Indians in it. That's why you call it the West Indies and stuff like that. But you had an Indian population that was brought in into the Caribbean, and that's how you get a lot of, because you have the light skinned folks in Trinidad, Tobago, and parts of Jamaica and the like. But there's actually Indian hair. That's how you get curry. Like if you've ever had Jamaican food and stuff like that, that comes from India. Like they brought them in as cheap labor. So again, when our movement, when we were gaining traction and for our freedoms and stuff, they were looking for other people to exploit. So they would get other folks to come in for cheaper labor. That's why you got to keep them away from the African Americans. And
that's interesting. Yeah.
But
all right. So on that crook and flail, so what literature can I refer to? Do you have it in some of your? Because I've got I think most of your books.
I didn't deal with the hook and flail in this one. I'm going to deal with it in volume. I decided to do 4 volumes of race and identity in ancient Egypt, and to be able to put together all of this conversation. So the first one is coming out in August of this year. That's this text here, and it's primarily focused on the word Kemet. And so it's the study of Kemet that just made me decide I'm gonna upset. But the second volume is going to be an edited work. So there's other scholars that are going to be contributing. So that's when we're going to really get into the concept of identity, race, and all of that really kind of deep stuff. Volume 3 is just going to be the kind of a reference text for all of those, those Greek texts and later texts which talk about the Africanness and the Blackness of the ancient Egyptians, along with the primary text itself. So it's going to be a little smaller, but it's just a reference text. And so volume 4 is going to be all of that. So I'm going to go deep into, putting that, because there's works, but it's scattered. So like when I mention, for example, Dr. Musalam, right? In his text.
Yeah.
So he's the one, who deals, he mainly likes to deal with the Fulani, right? But his stuff is in French. And so, a lot of us around the world don't speak French or read French and won't have access, to these texts. So I want to be able, because he especially talks about these 5 migrations in the oral traditions in Senegal among the Wolof people, them coming directly from Egypt. This was recorded in like 1911, 1909, 1911, between that time. Right. So no Egyptology, none of that. This is on their own, and they're Muslim. So this has nothing to do with Islam. Because otherwise they would have said we came from Mecca, and so, and I want to get more in depth into these folks in Ghana to see how, like, what's the symbolism mean among them, and record that and do that work. But I did a thing on beard. Y'all know about my art. But like these signs and symbols coming out of Kush, you find in Yoruba land. This is Yoruba in Benin. But here's his representations in Egypt. How do you get there? Because it's migrations. And so I want to really kind of focus on that. There's a lot of text written in French text, but not too much in English. So that's what I'm gonna deal with in volume 4. And so I heard someone else come in.
Hello.
Princess of Yah, peace and blessings.
Blessings, brothers. How y'all doing? Can you hear me okay?
Well, doing well.
Wonderful,
I can hear
wonderful.
You well. I can hear you well.
Awesome, awesome. I just wanted to add, I listened to your, show from time to time, and you have helped me along the way to understand a lot about just the different, as far as the language that connects the Bantu throughout Africa and to the, Kemet and so forth. So the reason why I'm coming on is because since I was 8 years old, I was given a mission, and it was where I became a spiritual messenger, prophetic messenger. And I was prophesied by 2 different prophets around 11 years old, saying that I was going to be used, but they didn't say how and they didn't say when. And when about leading up from 8 years old and now I'm 57, so many things has occurred. But what ties into Kemet, Egypt, is probably about 3 years ago, as I was laying on my bed, my eyes were closed, and this light just came before me while my eyes were closed. And as it was closed, a man's face appeared, and it was further from me, then it got closer. And as it got closer, he had a teardrop down his face. And so I looked and I was like, okay, he had a teardrop, but it was like a petition, like from this side of his face to over this way, it was dark, but from this side, I could see the teardrop. So as he came before me, he got really closer. I could actually see his pupils, his eyes. And soon as he didn't say anything or anything, it just where it shifted, he turned his head like this, and then this whole area lit up to the left side of him, which was a throne, and the throne was shown to be empty. And I was like, wow, so it has to be someone that is of a high status or a king or something. I mean, why did I see this? And I've been shown a lot prior to that, because even I've heard your testimony about, the Israelites early on, and you understanding that. And I was actually in the lineup of that, but I evolved because of a lot of things that I was taking around the wheel to understand that what connects us all together is our melanin, our eumelanin, and how they will actually come forth on the world stage at a time that is the just of what's going to take place. They're not going to always be able to claim our identity. It's going to be a time, we on a timeline. So from that date when the Pharaoh appeared in front of me, it happened to be a Pharaoh because the very next day I was looking at another live cast with some brothers and sisters, in the Israelite community, and they were talking, and I immediately zoomed in on this brother, and I was like, oh my goodness, he looked just like the person that, came before me. Well, the person that I saw happened to be Akhenaten. And when I went back to look at the pictures to look for this person who looked like this person that I saw with the features, he had a teardrop coming down on one of the pictures, but it was like a line going down his face. Okay, so it went from there to over the months and the years after that vision that I started having many visions, like sometimes 3 times a day. And I will be like, it's different than astral plane. It's actually, I'll be taken in the spirit realm. I call it the spirit realm, where I'll be shown the earth and shown things that is going to happen. And while I'm laying on bed with my eyes closed and wide awake, I can hear everything around me, but I can't not hear within the vision. It's like it's quiet, and I'm just taking a different places. And I'm just shown things throughout the earth since that happened with him. But it went from there to around December of 2018. I'm sorry, December of 2019. No, December of 2020. I'm sorry. I was given prophetically that something significant was going to happen on April the 3rd. And I said, well, and I'm relating this back to, because the only thing I know all my life is the spiritual lineup through our creator. That's my lineup of how I understand how it all flows. And so I was like, well, what's going to happen? But I knew something was going to happen on April the 3rd, but it wasn't given to me what was going to happen. It just said something significant is going to happen that is going to allow you and ones to understand what's to come. So on 4 months from that, which was December, 4 months going into the 21st, I'm sorry, April of 2021, I basically went through this period like, okay, I'm gonna, pure up myself in the sense of fast and meditate and stuff, getting prepared for what's to come, because I don't know what's to come. And actually on that day, I woke up looking for, okay, any big news coming? Did Biden say something? Did so-and-so say something? So nothing came forth. However, that day around 5 p.m. that evening, I was listening to one of my brothers who had a testimony, but I was led not to listen to finish it. He just showed, I showed him on my TV screen, and then I had something on my laptop, so I turned over to watch that. And then I didn't see it. So I still was looking for all day long. What is happening on April the 3rd of 2021? What's going on? And so the whole week went by until that 7 days later, I literally was just scrolling through YouTube, and here go a video from the same brother who I didn't watch his video. And on his video, what you would call his, like the picture, like just the, like you would have, my mind is blank right now. He had on his slideshow, like the heading of, like a PowerPoint. It was like a picture thumbnail, okay. Thumbnail, and he had 4, 3, 2, 1, and I just immediately like yelled, and I said, oh my goodness. And actually on 4, 3, 2, 1, he made the video about 4, 3, 2, 1. So what he was given by another sister who had a prophetic message that 4, 3, 2, 1 was a countdown. Then another brother and another sister got involved. Another sister contacted another brother and said, I was given this also, 4, 3, 2, 1 is a countdown. So then I said, okay, it's a countdown. So I just, that and the knowledge, and thank our creator for allowing me to, okay, it's a countdown, but I didn't know what the countdown was about. So 7 months later, I was laying on bed, and all of a sudden when I woke up,
hold on, ma'am. Given time, if what is the summary of what you're saying?
Yeah, the summary is, the whole thing is on 7 months later, it was actually given to me that 4, 3, 2, 1 was the date that the pharaohs were paraded in Egypt, and that was the countdown. Okay. So the countdown was on April the 3rd. They paraded the pharaohs, but they left one off, which was Akhenaten, and they did it for a reason. And then what it's showing me is about the sun, and I was taken to the tomb where I could see the hieroglyphs, and I was taken to the tomb one time with a circle like a sun, and then strivels came through it like rays were coming from it, and I was meant to see that, but I didn't understand the hieroglyphs. All of it was just coming in me, but I wasn't able to disclose it, what it meant after I woke, came to. So that's all I wanted to share. That I just wanted to let everybody know it's a greater day is coming. Everything that you have done, you have been a great help to everybody trying to get further into this truth, because the Israelites just a start. That's a starting point. They will move around the wheel and get to understand about the Bantus and about Kemet and about so forth, because that was shown to me. We are all one people, and what connects us to all is our melanin. And that's all I have. And blessings to you, blessings to all who's listening. That's all I have.
I appreciate it. Before you go, I just want to, I don't know if you're in a position to, if you have anything to write with. I don't even think I have I could type it in. My email is scrolling at the bottom. Let me see if I can add it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get that. I actually had reached out to you probably about 3 years ago. You had talked to me on the phone for a second, because I was asking you helped out in that moment too, when I was asking you about the Israelites and then about Egyptians, because I was at that breaking point to actually go further around my wheel to understand. So I can get your email address from your information, but I haven't shared this a whole lot out in this type of arena. So I only share it with people who I'm led to share it with, who follows me. But whoever's listening, just know that a better day is coming. Everything will turn back over to us that was lost to us. Everything will turn back over to us. It's just right now we're in a countdown and a timeline, and that's all. But I see it there, and I'll screenshot it, and I'll send you an email. Did you have anything else you wanted to say, or?
No, no. What I was going to well, what I was going to say is that I think I have like 2 important works, just on Akhenaten himself that I want to send to you via email. And so if you send me an email, info@asarimhotep.com, and just kind of type in Akhenaten in the subject on the subject line, I'll remember, and I'll send you those ebooks, those texts, and I think they might have something for you as well. But I do appreciate you coming on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. You're welcome.
Okay, you all have a great evening. Bye-bye.
You too. All right, bye-bye. All righty. Well, it is almost, how long have we been on? 4 hours, 39 minutes. Well, this is a classic. These are my Hebrew Israelite days, going into these long hours. But I got to be somewhere at 6, so I'm gonna start packing up and head out. But is there anything else you want to say, or any other question you want to add, or any question you want to ask, or anything else you want to say, before we head out?
Okay, for me, it's basically just to remind you, with the book, the special that you're running, with the new book that's coming out in August. And you were talking about figuring out the shipping cost and whatnot.
Yes. Did I? Because so many people have asked. Now I can't say that I've gotten back to everyone. Remind me again. I mean, in terms of the address, so I can get that information to you, and you'll still get the April discount.
Great,
you know what I'm saying? So
Can I remind you via email? Via your email, or
yes, send me on the email. And before we go, I'm sorry, is it finished?
Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
That's it.
Okay,
great.
Just a reminder, on next Sunday we have our good brother Sekou Kela, if I'm mispronouncing that incorrectly. He's on the panel right now, and so just to remind y'all that we're going to have a rich conversation titled "Towards an African Renaissance in the 21st Century." So it's going to be a deep conversation, but he's here with us now. So what is on your mind, good brother?
Yeah, peace and blessing, bro. So can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Yeah. I don't know. It seems like everyone's screen is clear. Mine look a little bit darker. I don't know if it's my lights or it's my camera. I don't know, but it seems it's not that clear from my end. Well, I followed through the 3 hours, the entire 3 hours. I watched everything. Yeah. And somebody said in the comment section, asarimhotep doesn't do 20-minute video. So if you are on, you have to get your popcorn. You get to get your popcorn and the cool water ready.
Indeed.
It was very, very powerful, brother. You are very thorough, and this is what our African Center scholars call direct knowledge. Now, if we must reclaim our history, then we must do direct knowledge. In other words, we must go to the primary research and get the information, verify it. If we are wrong, we are wrong. If we find it's right, then we say it's right. But we cannot go with scholarly conventions, because the scholarly convention cheated us for centuries. The scholarly conventions describe us as subhumans for centuries. The scholarly conventions of writings, by Gobineau says that we were not humans. So now we have to accept that same scholarly consensus today without verifying. That would be a mistake. That's why when I see people go on Wikipedia and they bring genetics and they say, oh, they say Tutankhamun is why, I'm like, okay, You can go on the same Wikipedia and find that black people are not humans. Go there and find it.
Yeah.
You see? So we need to do primary research. This is why Diop was different. This is why he caused a stir, because he brought out things that the European could not have an answer. You see, that's why the Cairo Symposium said there was no equal response from the other party because they couldn't stand it. You know.
Yeah.
So I have a question, regarding a few things. The first one is the term Tamil. So the term Tamil, because I see you talk about it a little bit in passing. You just made a quick comment on it. So I find where Diop make reference to this term, and he referenced the tomb KV11 Ramses II, where the Table of Nations, so-called Table of Nations, show that the Nubian, the so-called jet black Nubian, was portraying the same way as the Egyptian, only the stripes on the clothes were different in the tomb KV11. So there are people who, he said he got the photo from Lipsus, from Karl Lips, a German scholar. So Professor Manu Apim has gone to Egypt to reconfirm that this is true. There is a tomb of Ramses II, KV11, where the Nubian and the Egyptian were painted in the same jet black color with the same clothing. But the term used for the men who look like what we would call Indo-European today was Tamil. And it was Nahisi was used for the Nubian, and the Remech was used for the Egyptian, and then the other one I can't remember what name was used. I don't know. I don't know. But the Tamil was used for a man that who we call modern Indo-European. So I don't know. Is there an old use of that word, or are you aware of this tomb description as well? And then what's your take on this term? And why did the Egyptian use it for that guy who looked European in that tomb?
Yes. Well, first, before I answer your question, I just want to give a shout out first to Sister Tamika for her contribution and donation to the channel, and to Brother Conan Lee for his donation and contribution to the channel. Is greatly appreciated, and to you both. And so the word Tamahu, I am doing some further investigations into that, because it is my belief that the term may refer to a foreign people who may have originated either from Europe or from kind of the northern part of Libya, which could have been any other African folks in terms of Berber or Fulani type in general. And that these were foreigners who settled in the Delta. And looking at the linguistics of the words, it appears that there was a rarely used grammatical morpheme, the ch sound, that was used to designate a group of people. So you know it in the suffix form in the word remech, because the root itself is rome or lome, but we would say remech because it has that particular suffix, but it's prefixed on the word shemehu. The word mehu is the word for delta, right? And for example, I'm re-examining, I can just reach it, this text here. Now, she's kind of controversial, so I just got to say that off the bat. But this is the late Dr. Alessandra Nibby. And this book is some geographical notes on ancient Egypt, a selection of papers between 1975 and 1997. Right. And, there's a number of essays in here where she postulates, kind of like how we would have, like I mentioned earlier, like we would have Chinatowns. in and there was just concentrations of parts of the Delta where certain immigrants would come and set up shop, right? And like there was just certain names for groups of certain people who came and made permanent settlements, but were clearly not necessarily fully absorbed, you know, into the people and the culture. And so I'm looking at, you know, some other, I'm trying to see what the pattern is for adding that particular prefix or suffix, you know, to these particular names. Because, you know, Hinu used to be a word for Egypt itself, meaning the inside. You know, this is before Kemet, before Tameri, and the like. So you had the Chihinu. And matter of fact, if I can share my screen, let me find, because there was a drawing of that I may have had in the slide that is interesting. So so just to give you a sense of what I'm talking about here, let me present my screen. So bong, let me go there, hide that, and from current slide. So this says Libyan, right? And but it says Chihinu. So you see that Chihinu. So the assumption is that this is the root here, Hinu, or Hinwa, Hinewa, whatever, right? And that this ch, because this is the same morpheme that's in front of the word mehu for the so-called tamahu. So in Coptic times, this ch would merge with t, and so that's why they say t for all words that had this sound. But just because it's light in terms of the color doesn't necessarily mean that they were Indo-Europeans, because who were these Indo-Europeans with these markings? And as I mentioned before, you would find, for example, people like the Fulani who would have these body paints with like this brother here has a particular body paint that makes him lighter than his actual skin color. And so this sister here, she seems to be, I don't know if she has any red on her, but there is, matter of fact, it's going to take me a while to jump. Let me go back to one of the photos that I showed earlier of one of the Fulani sisters, right? So you can see the yellow, you know, kind of paint. So remember that one thing is a drawing. I would need to see a primary. But, you know, the reason I want to look towards them is because of the tattoos that you see, like you see on her face. And let's go back. So I'm pretty sure you're familiar with Abu Bakr Musalam and his texts.
Sure.
But you know, so it's the tattoos and the markings that I'm looking at, and to see if I can find photos or whatnot of people in the area who had these same markings. Right?
Maybe probably the Futa Jalo Fulanis, they are more lighter skin.
Yeah.
In the Futa Jalo Highland in Guinea, they look much like the people I see, you know, presented sometime on the wall. The Futa Jalo and Fulanis.
But look at this representation of the Tamahu, right? And
same time.
Dar El Bahari, but it has the same ch in the front. And this is mehu. This is the word for kind of the Delta region, but it has that foreign, you know, throw stick to let you know that it's talking about foreigners here. But again, you know, I'm looking at the number of feathers on the head, but look at the hairstyles, right? So it doesn't seem like it's any reference to any particular group, but maybe a body of people that just kind of reference like a direction, a region, you know. So like if you go across the sea, you know, of course it'd be some Europeans, but closer to the shore, it's people who look like that. So that's something I'm still investigating, and I don't have a definitive, like this person got two feathers in his hat here, and you can see the two feathers, You know, so are these cornrows or is this just hair? You know, this is a lot I have to investigate here, looking at the primary. Because if you look at, you know, people, you got to be careful just looking at people's drawings, you know, because they tend to lighten, you know, more than needs be. And then when it comes to newbies, they be trying to make it extra black to make it seem like it was like the Dinka, you know. So there's a, you know, I'm just saying that I'm investigating. I'm still, you know, doing my due diligence before I have a more informed opinion, you know, of that. But yeah, it's yeah, look forward to our conversation, you know, we can build a little longer.
Definitely.
And,
I look forward to that. I look forward to that. Thank you so much.
Indeed. You're welcome. You're welcome. Well, I'm about to get off. So I do appreciate everyone who has stayed on for this long. You know, this is, you know, it's Juneteenth. I know y'all want to be outside, and I'm about to be outside. So I guess I will see y'all next time. And matter of fact, this coming Wednesday, and before I do that, we're going to have our good sister LaDosha and Cheryl Moreau to talk about issues in hair and politics and their documentary. So it's going to be a fun Wednesday, the 21st at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So until next time, see y'all later. Peace.